we expect members to make a decision as regards 4 motions that they have discussed at length as presented by various departmental committees. And actually, in this case, it is the Departmental Committee on Delegated Legislation. And the 4 motions concern: 1, approval of value-added tax amendment regulations 2019. And this one was tabled in the House on Wednesday, November 6th, 2019. Members have already discussed it, and they will be putting the question and making a decision to that this afternoon. The other motion is on annulment of the Private Security General Regulations of the year 2019. The third, annulment of the Public Service Commission Regulations 2019. And annulment of part of the Political Parties Funding Regulations 2019. This Committee on Delegated Legislation is specific on this one. It seeks the annulment of Regulation 18 of these political parties funding regulations. Pending before the House is deliberations on the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 51 of the year 2017, that seeks to amend the Public Finance Management Act number 18 of 2012 to ensure the smooth implementation of the law. Members shall be making amendments in a committee of the whole House this afternoon. A number of members are listed with various amendments. They include the Member of Parliament, Mathare Constituency, Honorable Tom Oluoch, the Chairperson of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, also has some amendments that he will be proposing for this particular proposed legislation, as will the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. Other bills pending before the House include the Competition Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 49 of the year 2019, that speaks to the facilitation of investigations with a view of mitigating abuse of bargaining or buying power, which have been cited to adversely affect the economy. A bill that seeks to empower the Competition Authority to enable it to investigate and take action against such conduct. There is also the Insurance Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 50 of the year 2019. This one seeks to introduce provisions for protection of policyholders where an insurer is in distress and their assets are being put into statutory management. And then there is the Parliamentary Pensions Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3, that seeks to review the amount of pension paid to former members of Parliament who served between the 1st of July 1984 and the 1st of January 2001. A live broadcast brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Good afternoon and enjoy.
Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with abundant favor as your servants whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests are committed to our church. Amen. comments. We may comment.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Okoth Bernard Otieno.
Honourable members, be upstanding.
Can he introduce himself? Honorable Speaker, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce to you the Member of Parliament-elect for Kibra constituency, Bernard Otieno Okoth, aka Imran.
You Christian? Muslim. Swahili or English?
Any.
Any.
Yes. I, Bernard Otieno Okoth, having been elected a member of the National Assembly, do swear in the name of the Almighty God that I'll bear the true faith and allegiance to the people and the Republic of Kenya, that I'll obey, respect, uphold, preserve, protect, and defend this Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, and that I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge the duties of a member of Parliament. So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Pongezi.
Thank you very much. Handshake candidate.
Once again.
Thank you, thank you.
Very well.
Thank you.
You've got to sign here.
Very well.
Communication I want to prepare.
Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honourable members, I shall be making some communication later as we proceed.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Leader of Majority.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers today on the table of the House today, Tuesday, November 19th, 2019. Number one is the under order number 5. The following papers will be laid. And these are: one, the quarterly economic and budgetary review report for the period ending 30th September 2019, first quarter financial year 2019-2020 from the National Treasury and Planning. 2, the Multilateral Convention on Mutual Administration Assistance in Tax Matters and the explanatory memoranda from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And thirdly, the second quarter report by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission for the period 1st of April to 30th of June 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honour members, order, consult in low tones. The Multilateral Convention on Mutual Administration Assistance in Tax Matters, MAC, and the explanatory memorandum is referred to the Departmental Committee of Defense and Foreign Relations. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
First question by the member for Lamu County, Honorable Captain Ruwaida Obo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to ask question number 496-2019 to the Cabinet Secretary for Land. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide a report of the subdivision exercise and survey carried out in January 2019 and review on 20th August 2019 at Vumbe area of Lamu East Constituency, Lamu County, and the number of plots arrived after the exercise? Thank you.
Question to be replied before the Departmental Committee on Lands. Next question by the member for Kikuyu. Question by the member for Kikuyu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Back to ask question 497 of 2019. Could the Cabinet Secretary state whether a policy exists to deal with matters of autism, which is said to be one of the fastest growing developmental disorders in the world? 2, what measures the ministry has put in place to create awareness and manage this disorder and further provide support to those already affected with this disorder? 3, Honorable Speaker, is to state how much of the ministry's budget has been allocated for early treatment and management of autism and related matters. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Question to be replied before the Departmental Committee on Health. Next question by the member for Kilome, Engineer Thaddeus Zambia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the question 498-2019. I'd like to know, when will the ministry start paying monthly stipend to allowances to village elders in Kilome constituency who have been assisting the assistant chiefs and chiefs in discharging their duties? 2, what measures is the ministry putting in place to ensure that the village elders' allowances are budgeted and paid regularly, even including uniforms and badges for easy recognition? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question to be replied before the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security. Last question by the nominated member 001, Honorable Ole Sankok.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And in light with the much publicized Masai Mara Ng'ombe Kubwa, I would like to ask a question number 499 to the Cabinet Secretary of Education. 1, could the Cabinet Secretary provide a list of all employees, including top management of the Masai Mara University and their respective counties of origin? 2, what is the status of investigation into the recent misappropriation of funds at the university and action being taken to address the vice in public universities in the country? 3, could the Cabinet Secretary provide details and the process on how the acting Vice Chancellor of the Masai Mara University was appointed, including his or her qualification? Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and congratulations, Imran Okoth.
Very well. Question will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Education and Research. Before we proceed, allow me to recognize constituents from Kibra constituency who are in the speaker's gallery, who came to witness the swearing in of their new member of parliament. And I'm informed that they are also led by Senator Cleopas Malala. Next order is responses to statement requests. First one by the chair of the Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing, in response to a question raised, a request for a statement by the Honorable Christopher Nakuleu, member for Turkana North. Honorable Kosing.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you. But I had already responded this last week. I had already done a response.
Oh, very well, very well. I recall Honorable Kosing. You tabled the statement last week.
Yes, sir.
I think the member can go and look at it because
Absolutely.
He chose not to be present.
It's up to him.
Perfect.
I thank you, sir.
You have discharged your obligation. The next one is by the chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security. Request by the Honorable Sarah Korere, member for Laikipia North.
Yeah, thank you.
Honor members, if you make a request for a statement and you do not appear in the House, you cannot come to complain that it was responded to in your absence. What's your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, you know we seem to be doing very well with digitization and working in a paperless parliament, but the gadgets that we have in front of us, Honorable Speaker, today seem not to be working.
Why is it
we can't even access the order paper.
Mine is working.
The whole? No, all this. How comes? Even this one.
Honorable Shongwa, even mine is working, I can confirm.
Honorable Speaker, then do I assume there is deliberate sabotage on this particular row? Because mine is not working, that of Honorable Caleb Kositanyi is not working, and the one next, Honorable Speaker.
I think you can find out. Honorable Koinange, are you ready to make the response?
Yes, Honorable Speaker. I don't know whether the honorable member is in.
Just, is it long?
Okay,
Is it a long one? Just read the response.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the member for Laikipia North constituency, Honorable Sarah Korere, has requested for a statement on the alleged persistent insecurity in Laikipia North constituency, she particularly sought to be informed on, one, the measures that the government is undertaking to protect life and property of the residents of Mirango and Wangwashe areas of Laikipia North and West constituencies respectively. Second, how soon will the stolen livestock be recovered and the perpetrators of the Hyenas Act apprehended? Speaker, the mechanism in place to ensure urgent action to respond and end this menace, including possibility of urgently rearming the NPRS in the said areas. Honorable Speaker, between January and October 2019, several incidents of stock theft were reported within Laikipia, mainly from Garoa, war targeting livestock farmers bordering Baringo. And they were stolen heads of cattle, 411, goats, 119, sheep, 205, donkeys, 26. And Honorable Speaker, also there remains animals which have not been recovered, heads of cattle, 215, goats, 250, sheep, 120, camels, 19, and donkeys, 6. Honorable Speaker, during the operation, six suspects were arrested and charged before the court, vide criminal number 757-25-2019. The suspects pleaded not guilty and released on a bond of Kenya shilling 5 million, which they were unable to raise and remanded in prison custody. Honorable Speaker, the following measures have been put in place to ensure that the remaining animals are recovered and security is enhanced in the said area. One, patrols and surveillance have been enhanced in area known to be used as hideouts by the raiders. The National Police Service has deployed patrol teams in the area. Secondly, constant engagement with the locals, communities in barazas. And thirdly, elders from the respective communities have been engaged to persuade the raiders voluntarily surrender the stolen livestock so as to hand over. And thirdly, fourthly, as a long-term measure, the county government has been engaged to open and maintain security roads within Mukongondo. And finally, the concept of community policing has been reactivated to enhance intelligence gathering. Also, Honorable Speaker, the police have stationed a platoon of National Police Reservists at Kieni in Nyahururu. This is meant to make them available for deployment within Laikipia County. And finally, peace committees have been activated to preach peaceful coexistence and the sharing of resources. Honorable Speaker, the National Police Service Reserve has been undergoing restructuring, and several measures have been put in place to make it more responsive and professional. And Honorable Speaker, the Directorate also was created to oversee retirement, vetting by CS1, training and kitting in Laikipia County. A total of 40 NPRS have been recruited, trained, and currently in a camp within the county awaiting further instruction. Consideration will be made to increase the numbers based on need and availability. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Well, it suffices that the statement has been read out, and I doubt that any other person would wish to seek any further clarification. Honourable members, before we proceed, allow me to also recognize the presence of some visitors in the public gallery. This first group is the National Bunge la Mwananchi Ambassadors Chapter. Ambassador Chapter from Starehe constituency in Nairobi County. And the second group is the Shining Hope for Communities, who is a Kenyan-based NGO headquartered in Kibra, operates in 9 informal settlements in Kenya in 3 cities, Nairobi, Kisumu, and Mombasa, and operates programs in education, health, and community development. They are also welcome to observe the proceedings in the National Assembly this afternoon. Yes, Leader of Majority.
Speaker, I rise to seek your direction on two Senate bills that were communicated to Mediation Committee. Speaker, in July 23rd, 2019, you appointed two mediation committees to consider the following bills. One is the County Government Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 7 of 2017, sponsored by Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. MP. And the second one is the County Government Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 11 of 2017, sponsored by Senator Kipchumba Murkomen. Speaker, the second bill by the Leader of Majority of the Senate was proposing amendments relating to the filling of vacancy in the position of a Deputy Governor, recognizing of the Deputy Speakers of the County Assemblies, removal of members of County Assembly Service Boards, and filling of vacancies in the Public Service Boards, among others. Speaker, the co-chair in the National Assembly side is the Vice Chairperson of the Education Committee, the Honorable Amos Kimunya. So, Mr. Speaker, since July, nothing has taken place. And I stand to petition you, Mr. Speaker, to require the National Assembly representation, the team that we appointed, to brief the House on the progress of the committee, because from the grapevine and the corridors of Parliament, we are informed that the Senate does not seem to be interested in those two bills, which originated from themselves. I don't fault Honorable Kimunya, knowing that he is an active member of the House Business Committee and also in his committee. Mr. Speaker, and I make this request because there is a deliberate misinformation that the two bills are pending before the National Assembly. I beseech you, Mr. Speaker, to require the members from the National Assembly, who you nominated them on 23rd of July 2019 side, to brief the House on the progress of the Mediation Committee and inform us, the committee, whether the committee has ever held a sitting. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, it is a serious matter. A mediation committee has been appointed from our side, and none has been appointed from the other side. In the month of July, August, September, October, and now we're in November. 4 months. Speaker, and this is people out there, even the media, saying the bills are before the National Assembly. So maybe you'll ask Honorable Kimunya, the earliest, because he's the vice chair from our side, maybe to table a report before the House, so that people can know that it's our colleagues who own the bills and who are in the leadership, and they sit in the House Business Committee of the Senate. Through their speaker, up to now, they have not nominated anybody. So the country can know it's not the National Assembly, it's the Senate that is not nominating 4 months down the line.
The Honorable Kimunya suddenly is not at his usual place. Any other who are the other members of that mediation committee from the National Assembly?
Speaker, the other members are the Honorable George Peter Kaluma, the Honorable Dismas Baraza. Is very unusual. The two are in the same committee of mediation. The Honorable Edward Ouka Kaunya and the Honorable Halima Musheke. Looks like all these other members are they are from the Security Committee, because the bills were also from the Security Committee. So if any one of them is here, Honorable Kaluma, Honorable Dismas, Honorable Kaunya, and Honorable Halima Musheke, and their vice chair is Honorable Kimunya, is not here, they can tell us whether they have had a meeting and whether the Senate have their team. So Mr. Honorable Kaunya is around.
Honorable Kaunya, are you aware of that membership?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm aware of that membership, very well aware. Mr. Speaker, we have not had a single meeting convened on that. And Mr. Speaker, we have even been discussing with some of the members, wondering why we are not making progress, particularly because from the Senate side, we haven't got that nomination. And of course, even within, I think we have not had a meeting, Mr. Speaker. Your direction on the basis of what the Leader of Majority has just raised, I think will be important for this House and for the committee. Thank you.
No, they are not on recess. But that is a serious indictment, because the communication from this House went to the Senate, communicating the appointment of the 5 members from this House to sit in the Mediation Committee. And those bills emanated from the Senate. It is sad that they are the ones who appear to be sleeping on the job. The Honorable Kajwang has noticed another member who has made his way into the chamber. Oh, but yeah, you are attracted to the fact that that the Honorable Didmus Barasa and the Honorable Simba Arati appear to be cordially engaging each other. That is as it should be. That is as it should be. And the 2 of them appear to be in jovial mood, I think. But of course, they were in the company of the member for Kiambu, who appears to have been injecting some mediation effort. Well, I think the clerk of the National Assembly is directed to issue a reminder to the Senate, so that by Thursday this week, we should get a response, failing which, then we can take other action within the Constitution. There was another request by the member for Mandera North. The member for Mandera North also made a request for a statement, which was directed to the Chair, Finance and Planning, Honorable Limo.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As promised on Thursday, we are in receipt of the signed statement from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics concerning the question raised by the Honorable Major Retired Bashir Abdullahi, or Member for Parliament for Mandera North Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I proceed to read a statement from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. And the statement reads that it is a statement on the 2019 Kenya Population and Housing Census results. Mr. Speaker, since 1969, Kenya conducts the decennial population and housing census on the de facto basis with the midnight of 24th and 25th August as a reference point. The census have been implemented in accordance with the UN principles and recommendation for conducting population and housing census. The 2019 Kenya Population and Housing Census was conducted under the provisions of the following laws. A, the Constitution of Kenya 2010, 4th Schedule, Part 1, Item 11. B, the Statistics number 4 of 2006. C, the Statistics Census of Population Order 2018, Legal Notice number 205, and D, the Statistics Amendment Act 2019. On the response, the following are the responses to the concerns raised by the Member of Parliament for Mandera North Constituency, Honorable Major Retired Bashir Abdullahi, on the 2019 census results. Number 1, on the request to provide raw data as enumerated, the Statistics Act, Census of Population Order 2018, Legal Notice number 205, Section 15 states that the information to be obtained during the pilot census, the national census, or post-census enumeration survey shall be confidential, and no report, abstract, or document shall be published or shown to any unauthorized person. It provides for confidentiality of information generated from individuals in both censuses and surveys. The raw census data being requested is census information collected, which include names and potential, sorry, Mr. Speaker, and personal identification details, among other characteristics. It will go against the Statistics Act and the fundamental principles of official statistics as contained in the fourth schedule of the Act to provide raw data. 2, when releasing the census results, the Director General stated that the data underwent validation checks as guided by the UN fundamental principles of official statistics and the UN Handbook on Census Data. These principles are part of Statistics Act and are duly domesticated under the fourth schedule of the said Act. This basically includes application of professional consideration, including scientific principles and professional procedures on methods and procedures for collection, processing, and analyzing statistics data. Basically, the completeness of census coverage and inconsistency checks on the basic variables such as sex and age are also carried out. 3, the demographic composition of the population in Mandera County by sex was observed to have more males than females, even in 2009 census. The same trend has been noted in 2019 census. Table 1 below gives comparison, Mr. Speaker. There is a comparison of composition of population by sex in 2009 and 2019 census. I will give the numbers in Kenya in general to compare the composition in 2009 adjusted population as compared to 2019 enumerated population. In 2009, males in Kenya generally were counted as 18,674,184 compared to females who are at 19,050,666. So obviously there was, the females were more by a million, giving a total population of 37,724,850. In 2019 enumeration, males were counted as 23,548,056, while females were 24,014,716, again giving a difference of almost 800 million. Not 800,000, Mr. Speaker. Again, I now come to Mandera. Mandera County, in 2009, males were counted as 322,912, while females were counted as 296,053, giving a difference of close to 25,000. In 2019, Mr. Speaker, males were counted as 434,976, and the females were counted as 432,444, giving a very small difference of close to 2,000. Mr. Speaker, it should be noted that the 37,618,000 given in the table 1 above for Kenya and Mandera County respectively as a result of adjustment of the 2009 census data based on the democratic evaluation process and published in the analytical report on population projection for 2009. Mr. Speaker, at the national level, the population grew by around 9.9 million, from 37.7 million in 2009 to 47.6 million in 2019. While in Mandera County, it grew by 248,000 from 618,000 to 867,000. A similar observation was made between 1999 and 2009 censuses, where the national population grew by about 9 billion from 28.7 million to 37.7 million, and hence no disparity. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the National Bureau of Statistics is guided by the following principles of official statistics that are found in the 4th schedule of the Statistics Act. Principle 1, official statistics provide for indispensable element in the information system of a democratic society, serving the government and the economy and the public with data about the economy, democratic, social, and environmental situation. To this end, official statistics that meet the test of practical utility should be compiled and made available on an impartial basis by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics to harbor citizens' entitlement to public information. Principle 2, to retain trust in official statistics, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics shall apply strictly the professional considerations and including scientific principles and professional ethics on the methods and procedures for the collection, processing, storage, and presentation of statistic data. Principle 3, to facilitate correct interpretation of data, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics shall present information according to scientific standards on the sources, methods, and procedures of statistics. Principle 4, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics is entitled to comment on erroneous interpretation and misuse of statistics. And finally, principle 5, data for official purposes may be drawn from all types of sources, be they statistical surveys or administrative records. The Kenya National Bureau of Statistics shall choose the source which, with regard to quality, timeliness, costs, and burden of respondents. This is signed by the Director General, Mr. Zachary Mwangi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honourable members, my attention has been drawn to the fact that with regard to the appointment of the members of the Mediation Committee on the 2 bills emanating from the Senate, one being the one on number 7, 2017, and the other one being number 11 of 2017, there indeed was appointed, or had been appointed, members from the Senate, being Senators Mutula Kilonzo Jr., Senator Judith Pareno, Senator Professor Margaret Kamal, Senator Mary Yane Senator, and Senator John Kinyua Derito. And that in the other one, there had been appointed Senator Kipchumba Murkomen, Senator Mary Yane, John Kinyua Derito, Mutula Kilonzo Jr., and Judith Pareno. And therefore, Honorable Kaunya, who appears to be the much more active member of the committee, Honorable Kaunya, because the Honorable Didymus Barasa was not in the chamber by the time this matter was raised. And the Honorable Kaluma, who made his way into the chamber, has since completed his sitting, and I've seen him walk out. Please, Honorable Kaunya, take note. Try to find out from the clerk whether he has appointed some officers to clerk from the National Assembly side to clerk the mediation committees, those two mediation committees. You are the one who appears to be much more versed with these two bills. But then you can inform the Honorable Didymus Barasa, the Honorable Kimunya, the Honorable Halima Musheke, and the Honorable Kaluma when you propose to have a sitting, and get somebody to organize, to inform these senators that they are in the mediation committee. Honorable Kaunya, is that all right?
Obliged, Mr. Speaker. I will do that.
Yeah, so just get in touch with the clerk of the National Assembly so that he can coordinate for you to get to begin to see whether you can have the first meeting.
It will be done, Mr. Speaker.
Very well.
Thank you.
Honorable Bashir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've just heard the statement as read by the chairman of Finance and Planning. Honorable Speaker, first and foremost, I will request that statement be tabled so that I can have a look at it in detail. Two, from the explanation he has given, it looks like the statement has not addressed whatever I requested in my previous statement. It has talked about generalities. It's as if the statement read by the chairman from the Director General was like when he was launching the census results. And I asked for raw data from the ground as captured by enumerators. That has not been taken forth. So, Mr. Speaker, with your guidance, I will get a copy of the statement, analyze, and compare if it has really captured what we have asked for. But from my analysis, he has not addressed whatever I asked for in the statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's the challenge of a statement, because you see, the chairman is not the author of the statement, so he may not address the issues of the details as you would perhaps require, or that which would satisfy your needs. But the statement will be made available to you. The chairman will table it before the House, and you can, after scrutinizing it, if you think that there is need for further inquiries, then you can seek assistance from the staff, and they will advise you how best to then progress. Now, what is this? But I see several of you walking in going for water. And you are complaining that you are freezing. Then move to the next order. Next order.
Order number 8, motion. Approval of value-added tax amendment regulations 2019. Question to be put.
Honourable members, debate on this motion was concluded. What remained for the question to put, which I hereby do, that this House adopts a report to the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the value-added tax amendment regulations 2019, legal notice number 86 of 2019, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, November 6, 2019, and pursuant to provisions of Section 67, subsection 2 of the Value-Added Tax Act of 2013, approves the Value-Added Tax Amendment Regulations of 2019. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, motion. Annulment of the Private Security General Regulations 2019. Question to be put.
Again, honourable members, try to be in the house. I can say you are very active. I put the question that this House adopts a report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Private Security General Regulations 2019, legal notice number 108 of 2019, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, November 6, 2019, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 18 of the Statutory Instruments Act of 2013, and standing order number 210, subsection 4, paragraph B, annuls in entirety the same regulations. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number 10, motion. Annulment of the Public Service Commission Regulations 2019. Question to be put.
Now, honourable member, those of you, we are still doing business. You know, some of you are so mobile. Member for Busia, Busia is in papers. I put the question that this House adopts a report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Service Commission Regulations 2019, legal notice number 63 of 2019, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, November 6, 2019, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 18 of the Statutory Instruments Act of 2013, and standing under number 210, subsection 4, paragraph B, annuls in entirety the same regulations. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number 11, motion. Annulment of part of the Political Parties Funding Regulations 2019. Question to be put.
Yeah, honourable members, we need to conclude this. I put the question that this House adopts a report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the political parties, brackets funding, regulations of 2019, legal notice number 14 of 2019, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, November 6, 2019, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 18 of the Statutory Instruments Act of 2013, and standing under number 210, subsection 4, paragraph B, annuls regulations 18 of the same regulations. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Yes, Honorable Ishongwa.
Honorable Speaker, I rise on point of order regarding the next order. There's an amendment, Honorable Speaker, that I've seen proposed by the Honorable Anthony Tom Oluoch on clause 30 of the bill that, in my view, Honorable Speaker, touches on elements to do with the money bill. And Honorable Speaker, as Chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, we have not seen this particular amendment before come before the committee, and I therefore sought your guidance on whether this particular amendment is properly before the House on the order paper.
What proposed amendment?
The one by Honorable Tom Oluoch on clause 30 by the member for Mathare, Honorable Tom Oluoch, on the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill of 2017. It has elements touching on that have money bill effect, Honorable Speaker, and we have not had an opportunity to interrogate that particular amendment before the committee.
did you bring it to me? Indeed, Honorable Shongwan, you're right. Indeed, this is a strange proposal. Where is the Honorable Anthony Oluoch? Honourable members, before we move to committee of the whole House, now those ones are referring to themselves as colleagues. Please, the two colleagues can proceed to do. Indeed, honourable members, I think I must express myself on this. The proposal by the Honourable Tom Oluoch to the Public Finance Management Act Amendment Bill 2017 is a very strange one, because this is how it reads: that the bill be amended in clause 30 by inserting the following new paragraphs immediately before paragraph A. Sergeant at arms, make sure that those who are yelling out there be thrown away. Paragraph A, he suggests that by deleting paragraph B and substituting therefore the following paragraph, a new paragraph B. In every financial year, not less than 70% of a county government's approved budget shall be allocated to the development expenditure. B, by inserting a new one, subject to B, the development expenditure shall be distributed equitably to all the wards in the county. Now, honourable members, even without going to the rest of what he says, it is obvious that this is a matter that requires greater inspection and consideration, because obviously this has serious implications to how a county government may function, and would require that it be taken before the Budget and Appropriations Committee, who should in turn seek the views of the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Planning. That having not happened, as stated, I therefore order and direct that the proposed amendment by the Honourable Tom Oluoch shall not be considered by the committee of the whole House when it resolves into committee. Honourable members, maybe I suppose those ones want to make their way in. Please, move quickly, move quickly. Now just take your seat. Don't stop shaking hands. You walk in and the house is in business. And Member for Kwanzaa, do you mind to take your seat, please? Very well. Honourable members, I wish to issue two messages. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 42, I wish to convey the following message from His Excellency the President relating to nomination of a representative of the Parliamentary Service Commission to the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. In the message, His Excellency the President conveys that in exercise of powers conferred by Article 230, Clause 2, Paragraph B, Roman 1 of the Constitution, and Section 7, Subsection 10 of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission Act 2011, he nominates the Honorable Amina Abdallah as a representative of the Parliamentary Service Commission to the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. His Excellency the President therefore seeks the approval of this House on the nominee for appointment to the aforementioned position. Honourable members, Standing Order number 45 requires that upon receipt of notification of nomination for appointment, such nomination shall stand committed to the relevant departmental committee of the House for consideration. Pursuant to the provisions of the same Standing Order, therefore, and Paragraph 3 of Standing Order 42, which deals with messages from the President, I hereby refer this message on this message from His Excellency the President of the Parliamentary Service Commission to the Salaries and Administration Commission to the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning to undertake the necessary approval hearings. Honourable members, Section 7, Subsection 11 of the Salaries and Administration Commission Act 2011 requires the National Assembly to either approve or reject the nominee to the respective position within 14 days. In this regard, I wish to guide the committee and the House as follows. The committee should notify the nominee and the general public of the time and place for holding the approval hearings in good time. The notification should therefore be made on Wednesday, November 20th, 2019. The committee may thereafter commence the necessary approval hearings and submit the report to this House on or before Tuesday, 3rd December 2019, in respect of the nominee to the Parliamentary Service Commission, of the Parliamentary Service Commission to the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. I thank you, honourable members. The second message, honourable members, again pursuant to the same Standing Order 42.1 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I wish to report the House that I have received a message from His Excellency the President seeking the approval of the House, the National Assembly specifically, of Dr. Margaret Nyangate Nyakango for appointment as the Comptroller of Budget in exercise of powers vested in him under Article 228, Clause 1 of the Constitution and Section 4, Subsection 9 of the Comptroller of Budget Act 2016. Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act provides that the relevant committee of the House will consider the suitability or otherwise of the nominee and table his report for consideration by the House within 14 days from the date of the notification of the nomination, which is conveyed to this House. Further, the Act requires that the public be given 7 days notification to submit their views regarding the suitability or otherwise of the nominee proposed for appointment to an office requiring parliamentary approval. In this regard, and in accordance with the provisions of Article 259, Clause 5, Paragraph A of the Constitution, run together with Section 5 of the said Act, the 7 days notification to the public shall start running on the day following the day when the notice is published in the dailies. Honourable members, it is advisable that the relevant committee, to wit, the Committee on Finance and Planning, expeditiously proceeds to notify the nominee and the public commences the approval hearings after the 7-day notification period, and table a report on or before Tuesday, December 3rd, 2019, to enable the House to consider the matter within the statutory timelines. This message, together with the curriculum vitae of the nominee, therefore stands committed to the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning for consideration. I thank you, members. Next order.
Order number 12, Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable members, we are now in Committee of the Whole House. Honorable members, we are in Committee of the Whole House to consider the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 51 of 2017.
Clauses 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
I propose the question that clauses 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 be part of the bill. There's no proposed amendment to this. Therefore, members, I will put the question that clauses 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
I propose the question that clause 8 be part of the bill. Mover, Chair of Committee on Finance, the Honorable Limo, you have a proposal to amend this. The Honorable Limo? The Honorable Limo?
Yes. I'm trying to catch
2340, if you have the...
I'm trying to catch up. Just hold on. Let me clarify.
Yes.
we don't postpone, but you know this bill has been is a very old one. So you know to start catching up and looking at what we have what was been proposed here. Honorable Chair, the reason why I was consulting on this clause 8 is that the amendments which had been carried and been proposed looks like the version which is in the bill is much better than what has been proposed on the amendments here. And if we carry this amendment the way it is, it will confuse the issue of the way the funding of projects in county governments will be. So, Mr. Chair, I'm proposing to drop this amendment and retain what is proposed in the bill.
The Honorable Limo, there are two bits to it. There's A, B. Are you dropping both?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm dropping the whole of these clause
All the
8
amendments to this.
Yes.
Very well.
Yes.
Very well, the Honorable Limo. I therefore propose the question that clause 8 be part of the bill. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
I propose the question that clause 9 be part of the bill. The Honorable Limo, you have an amendment to this too?
Yes. Mr. Chair, I propose that clause 9 be amended as per the order paper. The justification for this, Mr. Chair, is for the reason for making, this is to provide for a provision on the accounting procedures on Parliamentary Service Commission in case of a parliamentary fund. The committee observed that the existing provision is sufficient for that purpose, and therefore there is no need of providing for another, for a further amendment. So the committee recommended for its deletion, because it's already provided for.
Honorable members, I therefore propose the question that clause 9 be amended as proposed by the chair. The Honorable Christopher Malwa, what is out of order?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Limo, when you look at clause 9, it seemed to have two amendments. That is a 9A and 9B.
The Honorable Chris, there's 9 and then there's the new clause.
Oh, yes.
Which
yes,
we will come to later. No, he's okay. The Honorable Chris is an astute member of the House. He always keeps an eye on things. So, do I see interest from the Honorable? Very well. Honorable members, then allow me to put the question that clause 9 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 9 as amended be part of the bill. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
I propose the question that clause 10 be part of the bill. The Honorable Limo?
Mr. Chair, I propose that clause 10 be amended as per the order paper. The justification for this, Mr. Chair, is that the proposed amendment on this clause is looking like it's ambiguous, and the provision which is already existing is more clearer. It is also recommended that the National Treasury should also continue reporting the budgeted revenue and expenditures quarterly, as it is currently. So we propose that this clause be deleted.
I propose the question that clause 10 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 10 be deleted as proposed by the chair. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17.
I propose the question that clauses 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17 be part of the bill. There being no amendment to this, I now put the question that clauses 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17 be part of the bill. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as many as who are contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 18.
I propose the question that clause 18 be part of the bill. Chair Limo.
Mr. Chair, I propose that clause 18 be amended as per the order paper. The justification for this, Mr. Speaker, is to provide that Kenya Revenue Authority may delegate its authority to other agents when it comes to discharging its mandate. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is only an improvement of what was in the bill.
I propose the question that clause 18 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 18 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 18 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, and 29.
I propose the question that clauses 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, and 29 be part of the bill. There being no proposed amendments to this, I now put the question that clauses 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, and 29 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 30.
I propose the question that clause 30 be part of the bill. There being no amendment to this, I now put the question that clause 30 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Leader, proceed.
Speaker, I'm sure that amendment was dropped following the communication from the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think, and I have lived here for some time, been staying around for some time, whoever has a mandate to draft amendments must not wait for the Speaker to come and even motions. When we are in the House Business Committee, there are motions that even are not making sense. Some motions are money nature. Some amendments are of money nature. So I think instead of, now you see the member was not here, he has disappeared, it's been printed, so I think either the legal department must be very thorough to make sure that it's not the Speaker who would always, nullify these things. It is members are taught, but it becomes part of the learning as we go forward.
Leader, you are absolutely right. The kind of amendments that we had seen our brother, the Honorable Watch, proposed to make have got far wide-reaching effect if they were to be effected by this House. And they are the kind of amendments that require wider consultations than just passing them here. So I agree with you, Leader. We will proceed.
Clause 31.
I propose the question that clause 31 be part of the bill. The chair?
Mr. Chair, I propose that clause 31 be amended as per the order paper. The justification for this, Mr. Chair, is that there have been a lot of issues in the past where the county executives sometimes twist the county assemblies by even refusing to forward their requisition to the controller of budget. So the amendments which we did here will provide that within 48 hours of receiving the request by county assemblies, the county executive committee member responsible for finance shall submit to the controller of budget promptly without delay. And in fact, it provides for sanctions on the county assembly member who fails to do that. This will enhance the independence of county assemblies, not to be twisted by the executive to go against the wishes of the residents of the various counties. That is the reason, Mr. Chair.
Propose the question that clause 31 be amended as proposed by the chair. The honorable leader of majority.
Speaker, this amendment is very, very important, and I'm sure as we go further in the other amendments, we must make sure that the county assemblies are independent in terms of resources of the county executive. If today you see county assembly clerks are just, victims of the chief finance officer of counties, if he doesn't sign the requisition and send it to the controller of budget, they will not get money. So the way this house is independent of the national treasury, I'm sure as we go forward in entrenching devolution, county assemblies must also have the independence in terms of their resources and budget. I support.
The Honorable Amalwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Indeed, this is something which is very important because we've seen in many counties where the governors, they want to take control of the county assemblies, so they can't provide their oversight mandate. But how I wish that the Senate must be listening to us and come up with a legislation that will help to bring some independency between the county government and the county assembly. I support Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Members, allow me then to put the question that clause 31 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 31 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 32 and 33.
I propose the question that clauses 32 and 33 be part of the bill. I put the question that clauses 32 and 33 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 34.
I propose the question that clause 34 be part of the bill. Chair, you have an amendment to this.
Mr. Chair, I propose that clause 34 be amended as per the order paper. The justification for this, Mr. Chair, is that any amendments to one budgetary calendar dates affect the entire budgetary process, and therefore, by changing the date from the 15th every year, it will create a conflict between two documents, and therefore we are proposing to delete that and replace with what we are now proposing, so that it avoids the conflict, Mr. Chair, on the calendar dates on the budget process.
I propose the question that clause 34 be amended as proposed by the chair. The Honorable Christopher Malwa.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. This is indeed a very important amendment. And I listened carefully to Honorable Limo. He's spoken of 15th, but when you look at the amendment, it's saying deleting the word 30 and substituting therefore with the word 20. So in his justification, reference should be made on these particular specific changes of 30 and 20. But he mentioned 15, and when I went through, I'm not seeing 15 anywhere. Maybe we need more clarity on that.
It's true, the Honorable Limo, what is in the order paper is what the Honorable Christopher Malu alludes to. You need to clarify. 34.
Okay, yes, I'm really grateful that, he has an hawk-eyed. I was actually referring to the 15th February every year. But now we are reducing the days which are required from 30 to 20, because if we go by 20, it will require a lot of time for approval of the documents by the county assemblies. And therefore, we are reducing that from 30 to 20 days. Yes. Yeah.
You agree with the Honorable Amalwa that the order paper is as it should be?
Yes.
Then allow me then to put the question that clause 34 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Will as many as that opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 34 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Will as many as that opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 35.
I propose the question that clause 35 be part of the bill. There are two amendments to this. One had been proposed by the chair of the budget committee, and the other one by the chair of finance and planning committee. The one by the honorable, you will move it to the leader? Proceed.
Chair, I beg to move that the clause 35 of the bill be amended as per the order paper, and if members can read. It's again the same thing I was talking about. The county treasury is responsible for authorizing the opening, operating, and closing of bank accounts for the county government and its entities, except those of county assembly or as otherwise provided by other legislation in accordance with the regulations made under this act. So again, we really want to give the county assemblies independence. And that's why we have a problem with the oversight. Because as long as they are part and parcel, even their salaries, their mileage, their per diems, their committee city allowance goes through the county executives, then we will never have independent county assembly. So this is an opportunity that now we make them have that independency in terms of how to manage their resources. I beg to move.
I propose the question that clause 35 be amended as proposed by the leader of majority. And now put the question. The Honorable Makali, you have interest in this?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to support this amendment. And Mr. Chairman, this idea of a treasury single account, we have said many times, is going to be very good for this country. And then attempt to have it at the county level is actually very commendable. I support.
Honorable members, allow me to put the question that clause 35 be amended as proposed by the leader of majority. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. We will now move to the next amendment to the same clause by the chair of finance and planning, the Honorable Limo. What is out of order, the Honorable Christopher Malwa?
Before that, Chair, when if Honorable Dwale's amendment has been carried, what will be the implication to these amendments where the Chair of Finance is proposing, because he's talking of a single account system. So it will be nice when he's moving and giving justification, if he could clarify in reference to what we've just passed that Honorable Dwale proposed, which I support.
Very well. It is, you are well within your rights, and it's good for the House to know how these two amendments will relate to each other. The Honorable Limo.
Actually, it's the same. Yeah, it's the same. You know, if, given that what the majority leader has moved has been carried, and it is the same, amending the same section, it will be very difficult to even start amalgamating the two. Therefore, once we have supported the majority leader's amendment, then this one of our committee then dies, yes.
Honorable Limo and Leader of Majority, could you put your heads together on this and just make sure that you are speaking to the same effect, that the amendments have the same effect? The Honorable Limo, you have the mic.
Mr. Chair, we have actually clarified that the amendment which was moved by the majority leader is separate from what we were amending here under clause 35, because on our amendments, it is actually providing detailed amendments to provide for establishment of county treasury accounts and management of the same. In fact, it is also detailed that it is not in conflict with what majority leaders has proposed. And therefore, I move that clause 35 be amended as per the order paper to provide for establishment of county treasury accounts and management of the same accounts.
I have looked at them, those two amendments, and I think they are complementary and they can go together. I therefore propose the question that clause 35 be further amended as proposed by the chair of the Finance and Planning Committee. I now put the question that clause 35 be further amended as proposed by the Honorable Limo. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Will as many as that opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 35 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 36.
I propose the question that clause 36 be part of the bill. The Honorable Limo?
Mr. Chair, I propose that clause 36 be amended as per the order paper. The reasoning for these amendments, Mr. Chair, is to restrict the current practice where the county governments have been collecting revenue and using the same revenue without depositing in the county exchequer accounts. So this one will provide a strict procedure on how they will collect the money and they will deposit before they start using through authorization processes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I propose the question that clause 36 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Limo. The Honorable Makali?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman really wants to thank Honorable Limo for this amendment. And more so the issue of the revenue account, Mr. Chairman. Many counties have really misused their own revenue. And I think this account is going to streamline things. And what is very critical, Mr. Chairman, is because all the other accounts will be at the central bank. The only account allowed to be not in the central bank is the impressed bank account. That is very good for accountability. I support.
The Honorable Wanyonyi. Very well, I think you
Mr.
must
Speaker, it's me. I think you are talking about me.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I support.
Very well.
I think this is good for accountability purposes.
Thank you.
That we should have this account, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, the Honorable Wanyonyi. The Honorable Wamalwa.
Allow me to say something on this particular amendment, Mr. Chair, and to note that many counties, you realize the revenue collection has always been going down. Even since those days. We saw recently in Homa Bay, when they were appearing before the Senate, they say times were hard. So with this clause here, because governors or the executive was spending this money without depositing, without any accountability, it will bring the issue of accountability, and it will also curtail, those shortcuts have been going through. So it's a very, very good amendment, how I wish it had come earlier, because this is where the big problem has been, Mr. Chair, and I support. I thank you.
The Honorable Tindi Mwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had the same view as my colleague, Honorable Wamalwa, for cases of accountability and to make sure that the public funds are well used. I support the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Mboni, member for Kitui.
Yeah, Chairman, I support this amendment, especially. But the going down of revenues collected by the counties is not because of accountability. It's because of corruption and laxity of the counties. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Kevin, member for Kwanza.
I agree that they should open account for accountability purpose. Chair, I feel a bit heated on this because we should have a particular bank, I mean, if it's Kenya Commercial Bank or whatever, because the same corruption could creep in this, where the money goes to any bank and accountability becomes a problem. We should be able to name the bank. I don't know whether that is possible, because we've got cases where maybe with some interest, the executive have an interest in a bank.
The honorable member for Kwanza, will you not be over-legislating if you are going to prescribe the branch of banks that the counties might wish to open their accounts? But very well, allow me to put the question that clause 36 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And now put the question that clause 36 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 37, 38, 39, and 40.
I propose the question that clauses 37, 38, 39, and 40 be part of the bill. And now put the question that clauses 37, 38, 39, and 40 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 41.
I propose the question that clause 41 be part of the bill. The Honorable Limo.
Mr. Chair, I propose that clause 41 be amended as per the order paper. The justification for this amendment is to provide for timeline of 30th April in which the county assembly clerk should submit the budget estimates for the county. So it is only to provide a specific timeline for the budget process.
I propose the question that clause 41 be amended as proposed by the chair. And now put the question that clause 41 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And now put the question that clause 41 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 42.
I propose the question that clause 42 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 42 be amended as per the order paper. This is to provide or to include control of budget, and the Senate as institution will be receiving a copy of the budget estimates.
I put a question that clause 42 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Honorable members, I have not seen your interventions, but I see it now. The Honorable Leader of Majority.
Speaker, this is a very, very good amendment. In areas where county governments, in collusion with county assemblies, they doctored county budgets midway. So now the moment this county, the clerk tables the budgets for the county, then now it's mandatory that the same copy is given to the controller of budget and the Senate. So even the Senate should have a memory when they want to come and investigate the Senate Public Accounts Committee that they have the original budget tabled. So this is a very, very good amendment that will bring accountability and transparency in the budget-making process of county governments and county assemblies. I support.
The Honorable Milemba. Very well. I think you are just preparing to. The Honorable Murigi Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the amendment, Mr. Speaker, because it will provide the transparency within the county of the revenue collected, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
I put the question that clause 42 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 42 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, and 64.
I propose the question that clauses 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, and 64 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, and 64 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of our contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 65.
I propose a question that clause 65 be part of the bill. Chair?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I propose that clause 65 be amended as per the order paper. The justification for this is that we are proposing to include the chairpersons of committees of Council of Governors as the members of Intergovernmental Budget and Economic Council, IPEC. This is in line with what was adopted as per the resolution of IPEC meeting of 11 August 2015. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I propose the question that clause 65 be amended as proposed by the chair. The Honorable Makali, proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to support this amendment. And Mr. Chairman, we need to note as a House that IBEC has become very important in terms of determining how much goes to the counties and how much remains at the national level in terms of division of revenue. So the inclusion will be very critical in resolving some of the challenges we are facing when it comes to division of revenue bill. I support.
I put the question that clause 65 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of our contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 65 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many as our current opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 66, 67, and 68.
I propose the question that clauses 66, 67, and 68 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 66, 67, and 68 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of our current opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clauses 9A and 9B.
The chair, you will move for second reading of this new clause. Look at page 2341 of the order paper, if you have 2341.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I beg to move that new clause 9A be now read the second time. Mr. Chair, this amendment is intended to change the date of submission of the BPS from the current 15 February to 1st February. It is also intended to increase the time for consideration of the BPS from 15 to 30 days. You remember that, members, it has been very difficult to even concentrate on the BPS. So we are proposing to increase the days for consideration from 15 to 30, and therefore reduce move the date from 15 February to 1st February of every year. That's the reason.
Chair, before you take your seat, I'll propose that you move for 9B also, so that we consider them together.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Equally, I also beg to move that new clause 9B be also be read the second time. This amendment makes a provision for opening of revenue collection accounts and crediting of the funds therein on the national exchequer accounts. It also prohibits making any expenditure out of the revenue collecting accounts. And the other issue is, in the amendment, is to harmonize this section with the definition of treasury single account made earlier under clause 2. Those are the reasoning, Mr. Chair.
Honorable members, allow me to propose that new clause 9A and new clause 9B be now read a second time. The Honorable Leader of Majority, the Makali, I see you. I'll give you an opportunity.
Speaker, I think this is one of the committees that I am proud of as the Leader of Majority, because this amendment, particularly I'm referring to the first one. You remember when the minister tables the PPS on the 15th of February, the House committees have a very short window period to consider. And the PPS is the principal, document that sets out the fiscal framework for that financial year. So from 15 days to 30 days, I think is very, very important so that Parliament can take its role of budget, and not even Parliament, the National Assembly can take its role of budget-making process seriously.
Well, the Honorable Makali.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me just join the Majority Leader in terms of supporting that 9A. Mr. Chairman, when you look at the whole budget-making process, the process kicks off around August, and that process is done by Treasury all the way up to January. And then they submit this document to us by 15th of February, which means they have about 4 months, full months, to look at the budget. And then they push the budget to us by 15th, And we have only about 2 weeks as a House to give them feedback and then give our recommendations. I think the whole exercise of adding these days to 30 is going to help departmental committees a lot in terms of looking at the budget, the BPS, the budget policy statement keenly and making critical kind of analysis of the statement so that of budgeting. When it comes to 9B, Mr. Chairman, the issue of the revenue collection account for the national government, I think it is now coming out very clear that any money which will be received by the national government should go to this account. And once the money is in the account, then before you use the money, then the law must apply that for you to use that money, it must be very clear what the money is going to be used for, and then the process of using that money. And the last bit of it, Mr. Chairman, talks about a system of accounts other than just an account. And I think we want to support that because even though we are talking about treasury single account, which by looking at it might appear like just one account, is actually a system of accounts, but under one that title, single treasury account. I support, Mr. Chairman.
Well spoken. The Honorable Mboni.
Chairman, I support 9A because the period which has been given to scrutinize budget is quite very short. But this will give us ample time really to look at the budget and see where the wastage, we can remove non-essential services and have a reasonable budget. I think I support that. When it comes to 9B, and especially the single treasury account, I think we need to push government to implement this treasury single account. Because parastatals have a lot of money which is idling. And this money is deposited in commercial banks. And it's the same money which the government is going to borrow and pay interest on. So what I'm saying is that even the parastatals should deposit their excess money into treasury single account so that the government can be used that money without paying interest. I support. Thank you.
Well, honorable members, allow me then to put the question that new clause 9A and new clause 9B be now read a second time. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of that contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that new clauses 9A and 9B be part of the bill. I see no interest. I now put the question that new clauses 9A and 9B be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clauses 12A and 12B.
Chair, you'll move for second reading of new clause 12A and 12B. 2342, page 2342.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I beg to move that new clause 12A and 12B be now read the second time. These particular clauses, Mr. Chair, were actually to support the change of procedure for bringing finance bill to the floor of the House after there was a change of the procedure during the statute law miscellaneous amendment bill number 12 of 2019. What happened is that the court had ruled that finance bill should be done before the House adopts the estimates. So during that, during the process of changing those timelines, yes, these particular new clauses 12A and 12B were actually omitted because the timelines were in this PFM law, but it was because of the time taken to bring the PFM law amendment, we removed those particular clauses and we moved them to miscellaneous amendment bill, which was already, which we already passed, and it was actually assented to by the president. So there are certain sections of that particular law which remained here, and therefore we are moving these to support those timelines which were already passed by the House, and that is a justification for these new clause 12A and 12B.
I propose the question that new clause 12A and 12B be now read a second time. The Honorable Leader of Majority and the Honorable Makali.
Speaker, this is a very, very good amendment. What the chair is trying to do is already what we have done it in the statute law. And this is very, very important for the country. That the minister comes here, he reads his budget estimate, both for recurrent and development, and then he tells the House, this is how I want to, what do you call it? This is how I want to finance my budget. Now, we change the law. We are saying, before you come and read the budget, we must pass a finance bill. And based on that, you will tell us already my budget, which I'm giving to the House, is already financed. So that we reduce on these huge deficits. Because what happens ideally under the current law, that the minister will come and read his budget, he will tell us he has got a deficit of 690 billion. Then the House will deal with the finance bill. And what happens in case the House disagrees with his tax measures? Then that means even the deficit, the gap will increase. So going forward, and I hope the Senate will deal with this bill before we go for the long recess, before we go to the other budget, so that the minister brings the finance bill before he comes and reads the budget estimates to the House. So it's a very, very good, neat, clean, decent way of dealing with the budget making process going forward. I support.
The Honorable Makali.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I also want to support this amendment. And Mr. Chairman, we must note that actually we are very late in terms of getting this in place. Countries like Uganda, who are young brothers, have already done it. What is happening, Mr. Chairman, is anytime we pass a budget here, we pass a budget, and at that time, we've not passed what we call the revenue raising strategies. So in case the House fails to approve the revenue raising strategies, what will happen is that they will have a shortfall in terms of budget, and that's why you see at times the finance bill becomes such an important document when we are debating that the government must defend it because we've already passed the expenditure. And I think by doing this, we'll now be more relaxed and will also improve credibility of the budget-making process. So I support this, Mr. Chairman.
The Honorable Tutoyek.
Thank you, Speaker. I also rise to say I support this particular amendment because essentially we have had a problem always with the finance bill coming later before we know how taxation and how the raising revenues mechanisms of the government. So in this particular case, I really support the amendment. Thank you.
The member for Muhaya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support this and say that for a long time, we have seen the Parliament sometimes almost being blackmailed or even just being agitated to that unless you pass this finance bill, then the estimates which you passed earlier will not suffice or will not be raised, and therefore the government shall not work. I had a chance of sitting in the House Business Committee, and where I was with the Leader of Majority, whom a few minutes ago indicated that I may only be able to speak on education matters. I'm a teacher of history and government and economics. Now, let me indicate that in that House Business Committee, we would severally get ourselves in this awkward situation, together with the Leader of Majority and Makali Mulu. And I think this amendment will actually then streamline this kind of arrangement so that we are not in a situation whereby we have to be blackmailed or even be coerced to pass that finance bill. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Modi.
I support this amendment, and I think this amendment is long overdue. Because, you see, you cannot talk about spending when you don't even know where you are going to get your resources to spend. Chairman, you know very well that this country is fighting a huge debts, and it's because of a situation whereby you have proposed your budget estimates, and you don't even know where you are going to get the resources to finance the budget. You remember last year when the finance bill, especially on increase in VAT, was rejected. We had to go back and redo the budget again and come up with a supplementary. So I think this one is a very good way of doing a budget. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, allow me to propose a question that new clauses 12A and 12B be now read a second time. I now put the question that new clauses 12A and 12B be now read a second time. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of our current opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Allow me then to propose the question that new clauses 12A and 12B be part of the bill. I now put the question that new clauses 12A and 12B be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of our current opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 36A.
Chair, move for second reading of new clause 36A. Page 2345. Chair, if you look at your page 2345, you will see 124A. Just on top of that, there's new clause. Understand there was a failure to type in 36A. Yes. Page 2345, where you see clause 124A. On top of that, you will see typed in new clause. 2345, page. Yes.
Actually, it's on 2346 in some of the other papers. It is on page 2346.
Very well. But you see it, Chair?
Yes, I have seen it.
Yes.
It is only that, I think the numbering was not
done very
proper,
well.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I beg to move that new clause, is it called 36A?
36A.
Yes, new clause 36A be now read the second time. The purpose of this, Mr. Chair, is to establish what we are calling the County Fiscal Bureau, which is similar to our budget office. The purpose of this office is to support the county assemblies in analyzing and advising on budget issues. In fact, most of the time currently, our budget office here has been supporting the county government. But now we have realized it is important, county assemblies, it is important to, in a small way, set up a bureau which will be assisted by the budget office to build capacity to ensure that our county assemblies are up to speed in matters concerning budget. And that is the reasoning behind this new clause 36A.
Members, allow me to propose a question that new clause 36A be now read a second time. The Honorable Leader of Majority, followed by the Honorable Tindi Mwale.
Mr. Speaker, this is again a very important aspect of the county assembly. Speaker, we have created devolution and we created a county assembly. And up to today, the county assemblies, unless they will create 3 important organs that are synonymous with the National Assembly or Parliament here, those county assemblies and the MCAs will never interrogate anything. One, they don't have a directorate of legislative. So nobody is teaching them how to draft motions, to draft bills. Then, but the most important thing is the county assemblies have no capacity in terms of institutional framework in interrogating the county government budgets, unless we have experts. And I want to say it here that some of us, we are very, very proud of, of the budget office in this parliament. In a minute, they do even better works than the National Treasury, the men and women who are in the National Treasury. So unless we cascade that and create the County Assembly Fiscal Bureau, that when the executive bring their budgets, there are people, technical team that will look at it and advise the County Assembly the way our budget office, our budget and appropriation committee, the way departmental committee have got legal and budget fiscal analysts, then devolution will be a waste. Mr. Speaker, and that's why you see there's a lot of wastage and corruption in county assemblies. There's a lot of theft. Because those county assembly members, with a lot of due respect to them, they have just become, just to check in, get their allowances, guillotine bills and budgets of county governments. There must be a duplication, a replica of what happens in the National Assembly. The way we have a budget office, this law which is being created is to make sure that the men and women who sit as MCAs in our county assemblies can interrogate every bill that comes from the executive in the county government and every budget and every finance-related legislation. So I really want to support, and I am sure resources must be allocated by the controller of budget for the establishment of this, and then ask the speaker, who is the chair of the county service board, and his clerks, not to recruit their relatives, not to recruit. Because if you look at even if you look at these county attorneys, some of them are not lawyers who are known. They have never even. So we want these fiscal analysts to be recruited competitively from across the country, regardless of where they come from, what county. But if you are going to give to your brother or your sister who got a D+ or C-, and then through some fishy universities around here, got a BCom, and then you think you can become a fiscal analyst, then we are going to lose it. But this is a very, very important aspect I support. And I can see one of the presidential candidates coming in.
The Honorable Tindi Mwale.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for us, I rise to support the amendment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for us to get good results from devolution, we need to have a county assembly that is well equipped in matters budgeting. Because, Mr. Speaker, we've just seen in the recent past, we have seen governors appearing before the Senate committee, and they're being asked audit queries that show clearly that the county assembly was not able to interrogate the budgets very well. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I support the majority leader by saying that the county assembly needs to vet competitively the fiscal planner, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honorable Mwadime, member for Mwatate.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I raise to support majority leader. As I talk, my own county, we had problems with the budget. Even the county was just about to be dissolved, simply because if we had these planners, financial bureaus, at least they could have advised them. And if you look at the main problem was because MCAs, they don't have capacity of understanding. But if we have such officers who are competitively recruited, I'm sure this problem could not have happened. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Honorable Danita.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to really support the amendment to create a county assembly physical bureau. Mr. Speaker, for me, it is a critical amendment. And Mr. Speaker, you have seen how counties are wasting resources. Counties are wasting resources simply because, Mr. Speaker, there is no capacity to handle, and especially when it comes to the finances. Mr. Speaker, we have seen very damning reports from the Auditor General in our various counties. And I can imagine, Mr. Speaker, that if we had competent personnel that really handle, the kind of finances and the finances of the county, we would actually not be having those, damning reports that come from the Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, I would also imagine that even as we think, and as the majority leader is saying, when we are talking about creating this bureau, Mr. Speaker, it is more of what we have in Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, if we're in the interest of devolution, then what happens at the national level must also, bring the value, the face value at the county level. So, Honorable Speaker, this is a very good creation of this bureau at the county level. Mr. Speaker, our counties are doing bad. Our counties are not doing good when it comes to finances, Mr. Speaker. And for me, I would suggest a situation where even the recruitment of the people who are going to actually manage or man should actually, as the majority leader says, should not really be based on, it doesn't have to come from the county. I mean, we can look at competent people that basically go to run these bureaus, Mr. Speaker. I think for me that is in the best interest of devolution. It is in the best interest of ensuring that our counties are sustainable, Mr. Speaker. So I do support the creation, and I do support this creation of the bureau. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Dr. Makali.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, really, this is a very important amendment to this bill, and I want to support this second reading, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to say this. When you look at the county executive, some of the CECs in charge of finance are actually even PhD holders, and others have master's degree. And what happens is the same budget prepared at that level is subjected to our MCRs, who in some of the counties might not have the same level of qualification. So what this amendment is going to do, Mr. Chairman, is to ensure that the county assemblies have technical people who can actually look at the budget keenly and analyze, and then advise the MCRs, so that the kind of input they get from the MCRs is at par with what we are doing, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, by design, you realize that the county assemblies were designed as a replica of the National Assembly. So in a situation where the National Assembly is supported by the Parliamentary Budget Office, and then the county assemblies don't have such a bureau like this to support them, then there is a disadvantage there to the county assemblies. And I think once we do this amendment, once it passes, Mr. Chairman, I can assure you the whole budget making process at the county assembly level now is going to improve, and is going to be the betterment in terms of devolution, and also in terms of the public accessing services as they should be delivered. I support, Mr. Chairman.
I put the question that new clause 36A be now read a second time. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of our contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that new clause 36A be part of the bill. I now put the question that new clause 36A be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of our contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 42A.
Chair, move for second reading of new clause 42A.
All right, Mr. Chair, I beg to move that new clause 42A be now read a second time. The justification for this is that it makes provision for responsibilities of the County Assembly Budget Committee. You know, having a budget committee without responsibilities was seen to be a problem. So this particular section will give budget committee of the county assemblies some responsibilities, clear responsibilities, Mr. Chair.
I propose the question that new clause 42A be now read a second time. The Honorable Dr. Makali.
Point of order. Yeah, maybe I will raise my point. I want to raise a point of order, Mr. Chairman, before I even support. Maybe the chair could clarify. I know in other documents, we don't call it county budget policy statement, it's called county fiscal paper. So do you want to retain that consistency, or do you want just to change the name? Because it might cause confusion. But I think generally it's called county fiscal paper. But Mr. Chairman, I think generally what is happening is, just as we do as a budget and appropriations committee, the chair wants the same thinking that the county assemblies will be able to have a committee like ours to look at that paper and make the kind of recommendations we make before budgets are finalized. I support.
The Honorable Leader of Majority.
Speaker, I really want to agree with the Honorable Dr. Makali that for consistency purpose, because at the national level we call it the budget policy statement. So let us leave it at the county fiscal policy statement so that we don't create that confusion. But Mr. Speaker, I totally agree. You know, people ask why county assemblies are misbehaving and they are fighting in their county chambers. It's because we establish assemblies with no capacity. So I think going forward, a replica of the National Assembly of Kenya must be built at the county assemblies in terms of legislative department, legal department, budget, office, so that these young men and women and old men and women in our county assemblies who are members of county assemblies must debate and do their functions from a point of knowledge. Not because of a point of, they have been told these are their corridors, then they come and rubber stamp serious policy issues that have come with the devolution.
The Honorable Bunyasi, are you interested in this?
Not in this.
Very well, very well. Honorable members, then allow me to put the question. Yes, the Honorable Makali, you're right.
Yeah,
You're
Mr. Chairman,
right.
I think what the chairman might have to do as some amendments,
Yes.
it's actually called the county fiscal strategy paper.
I think we are all in agreement on that.
Yeah, so if you can.
Yes, I think the chair can do that so
County
that
fiscal strategy paper.
yeah, we clean it up. Chair, do you want to do that?
I'm somehow getting convinced. All right. Yeah, so Mr. Chair, I'll move that new clause 42A be further amended by replacing the county budget policy statement with the county fiscal strategy paper.
This is a new one, but I think we are up to the task. What we shall do, we shall handle the amendment that the chair has proposed now so that we move forward in an amended form. So I will then put the question that the proposed amendment by the chair I pose the question that the new clause be amended as proposed by the chair of a committee of finance. I now put the question that the proposed new clause 42A be amended as proposed by the Chair of Finance. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that new clause 42A as amended be now read a second time. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now propose the question that new clause 42A be part of the bill. I now put the question that new clause 42A be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 54A.
Chair, move for second reading of new clause 54A.
All right, Mr. Chair, I beg to move that new clause 54A be now read the second time. The justification for this, Mr. Chair, is that the amendment makes further provision for giving a copy of financial statement of a county entity to the National Treasury, so that the National Treasury is in the loop, because currently they do not get a copy. So it will provide that the National Treasury must get a copy.
I propose the question that new clause 54A be now read a second time. I now put the question that new clause 54A be now read a second time. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question then that new clause 54A be part of the bill. I now put the question that new clause 54A be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Chair?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I beg to move that clause 2 be amended as per the order paper. The justification for this is to make provision for insert to make clarity on the several accounts which are defined in this bill, and at the same time to also recognize that money held or raised by county government is public money. And I think the last one is to also to define the consolidated fund and as well as the county revenue fund, which were not defined in the previous PFM law. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair, you've done well. I propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 2 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose the question that the title be the title of the bill. I now put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many as our current opinion say nay? The ayes have it. We have completed this task. I will now call upon the mover to report.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee to report to the House its consideration of the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 51 of 2017, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 51 of 2017, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of our current opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
The chairperson?
Honourable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 51 of 27, and approved the same with amendments.
The mover?
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request Honorable Limo, the Chair of Finance Committee, to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Mr. Speaker, I second.
Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Chair, you have something to say to this? Yes, proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House be amended by inserting the words subject to recommittal of clauses 8 and 36.
Allow me to propose first, Leader. Honorable members, allow me to propose the question, which is that the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House be amended by inserting the words subject to recommittal of clauses 8 and 36. Leader of Majority?
Chair, I have no problem with the recommittal, but the chair should state, because I had an amendment on clause 8. So you should state which section of clause 8 is he recommitting. He can't recommit everything. Yeah, he has to say, because maybe he wants to recommit my section. So let him make it very clear on the answer which section of clause 8 he wants to recommit.
The Leader of Majority is on point. Chair, you need to be clear.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, this clause 8, initially we had agreed to drop for the purpose of saving the amendment by the majority leader, which was talking about 3 months before an election, no county government will be allowed to commit the national government in any spending, so that it reduces the number of pending bills. That one, we do not have any issue with it, but we want to retain the rest of that clause 8, because the clause 8, subsection A contains significant issues concerning the National Treasury accounts, which is talking about consolidated fund accounts and specifying the various accounts maintained by the National Treasury, which we are actually of the view that that particular the part of the amendments should be saved, and therefore we are only allowing the part of on the bill which talks about prohibiting the county governments from committing 3 months to election.
I see interest from the Honorable Mwale Tindi. Very well, you have. The Honorable Dwale?
I think, Mr. Speaker, what the chair is recommitting should be 8A. Unless, because mine is on, it's in, no, I think even B, mine is 8. Mine is only, which is touching, the one that says, both county and national government cannot procure goods and service 3 months to the general election without the concurrence of the National Treasury. That's why, Mr. Speaker, today we have huge pending bills. Governors, when they were going to elections, they issued left, right, and center award letters. And when they lost, those who came in, they said they are not paying. That's why you see there are many Kenyans who are suffering. They have done the work, but because there was a change of guard at the governor's level, today they can't get their money in many counties. So, but I agree with the chair, there is the other aspect which we need to do, in terms of the fiscal framework. So I agree if it doesn't touch the mine, which is 8B, I think. But it's good to be specific.
The Honorable Mboko, what is out of order?
Honorable Speaker, though limited, I thought I should just put one voice on this, that aspect amendment that was brought by the Leader of Majority is very key. Honorable Speaker, yesterday I was in my constituency, and a man who is actually owed by the county government 12 million was looking so poor and can die. So that amendment is very good for our business people who are now getting out of business because of pending bills. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I associate myself with your sentiments, the Honorable Mboko, because the county where you and I come from, we have problems similar to the one that the Leader of Majority is speaking to. Pending bills, pending bills. I think we need to be able to tidy up the way we do our things in the counties. The Honorable Mwadime.
County, especially youth, some of them are really suffering because of the pending bills, and the governor who came after the other actually refused to pay the bills. It has really affected the youth. In fact, there's a young lady, youth, she suffered stroke because of that. So it's actually a key amendment. I raised to support that.
The Honorable Leader of Majority, what is out of order?
His county is is the process of dissolution. So, so in fact, there's no government there. No, that's agreed. IBC have submitted the signatures and everything to the president. The president, under the law, is supposed to form a commission anytime. So there's nothing like agreeing. Once the signatures have been verified and have been sent, so Honorable Madime, you wait until the commission brings its report, and you go for either a by-election. But don't pollute those of us who have governors who have refused to pay. Your problem is more serious. Like, we are suffering from TB, and yours is cancer. So, so don't pollute ours. You have a bigger problem, and Mr. Speaker, I think what we are talking, me and you and Honorable Mboko, Ours is the governors don't want to pay. And pending bills, and I think that's why this amendment is very important, even for the national government, so that nobody uses the issuing of awards as a campaign tool. 3 months. In fact, we should have even done it 6 months. Should have done even 6 months or even 6 months. Because there'll be those of you guys who want members want to become governors. Letters of award will be issued. Letters of employments will be issued. 3 months and 6 months to the general election. So this law is very important, and I think it's going to help Kenyans. And today, Mr. Speaker, why there's no money in the pockets of many Kenyans is because of pending bills. If county governments and national governments can pay their pending bills, there will be a lot of money among Kenyan families. People who are rich, who are doing good, as Honorable Mboko said, today cannot even have food on their table. They can't take their children to school. There were people who had 60, 70 million before the advent of devolution. And today they're paupers. That's because county governments don't want to pay, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Mwadime, you feel that you have something to add?
Mr. Speaker, sir, despite our account is just about to be dissolved, but it's not yet dissolved yet. It's still working. And at the same time, for future, it's a solution actually. Therefore, our account is not going to remain forever dissolved. We'll work, so it's good to support something which is done objectively. If it was done subjectively, that is the time we could say no. But because it's objectively and for prosperity of the entire country, we should support. So, Majority Leader, when you see a member raising good points like me, always applaud them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well spoken, the Honorable Mwadime. It is good that you have hope. Hope is eternal. And we must remain hopeful that the people of Taita, Taveta, it is Taita, yes? Will have good government in place that will deliver on the hopes and aspirations of those people. The Honorable Bunyasi, you have an interest in this? Proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just add my voice that, indeed, the amendment is good. But people should not latch on to pending bills and think this fixes it. I was just saying that maybe one of the, I don't know what percentage, maybe a small percentage of bills that are not paid. But I think pending bills is a big issue in this economy. It's very big at the national level. It does affect business. And at the local level, because some of the businesses are quite small, it's even more important. But I think we should frown against the idea of people slowing down. Sometimes corruption that delays payments. You don't part with money, you don't get your money released. Money buys money, and that's the problem. So we want to frown against all of those things, and cutting this time is one small part that will contribute to that effort as well.
The Honorable Bayaya.
Thank you. I want to concur with Speaker, with my colleagues on the same, but also say that to blanketly give the powers to the Treasury to just make that decision alone without giving them timelines. I hope there'll be regulations that will actually help that, because Treasury can decide if we have a governor who is not friendly to government, may be frustrated on the way, because everything now, 3 months too, even if it's an important project, it has to go to Treasury. And somebody who has political interest can use Treasury to frustrate that governor. So while it might be a good clause to put in the law, but I think we need regulations that tighten it and make it more practical for execution of business, just like the national government also. Because this law applies both for national government and county government. So you could have a friendly CS at Treasury, and therefore can facilitate another ministry, but we can have one who may want to frustrate another one. So to give powers, a lot of powers to Treasury on this might be counterproductive. So we need to find a way, in such a way that as we go along on this, but I hope there will be regulations that would be able to deliver the clauses that we have put. Thank you.
Your concerns are valid. The Honorable Bayaya. The Honorable Wanyonyi. Kevin?
Mr. Speaker, I've been here listening, and I think this amendment bill is very timely. But how I wish the leader of the majority could have made it, leader, I wish you made it 6 months. This amendment for 3 months is too soon. And I think they're going to get away with it. I think make it 6 months, because I know cases where the governors, the outgoing governors, are going to make nuisance of the whole thing. So much as I support the whole amendment, Mr. Speaker, I wish we made it 6 months. Leader, if you could actually reverse your amendment clause 8 to 6 months, I'll be very happy and comfortable with it. Thank you.
The Honorable Danita Gatti.
Mr. Speaker, sir, why do I disagree with Honorable Wanyonyi? Mr. Speaker, sir, 6 months is too long. Mr. Speaker, we have seen that this is a bill that's in the interest, especially I'm talking about the counties. Mr. Speaker, our counties are run by, for example, suppliers. Mr. Speaker, it takes forever for a governor, for example, to pay the suppliers. For me, Mr. Speaker, I think I'm in agreement with what the majority leader is suggesting. 3 months. Mr. Speaker, 3 months is already even a lot of months. Mr. Speaker, we have seen so many of our suppliers, even in the counties, or our contractors in the counties, who are even not paid by the county government for over a year, and they're languishing in poverty, and their money is held at the county level. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to suggest that for me, this is a bill that is also saving and rescuing the various suppliers that we have, the various contractors that we have at the county level. And Mr. Speaker, and I would support a duration of 3 months, the same way that it's being supported there. So, Honorable Speaker, allow me to support an amendment of 3 months within this period. I thank you.
The Honorable Titoyek.
Majority Leader's amendment, the only thing is that you cannot go for 6 months. What we actually should say is that there should be no initiation of procurement, 3 months, but payments or continuation of projects can go on. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honorable Sankok.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, these amendments are very and extremely timely, Honorable Speaker, because at times, Honorable Speaker, just before election, some of our governors will realize that they are not having another term. Some of them may have realized the ground is just too unfriendly to them. So they may decide to use this one as a campaign tool. So, Honorable Speaker, I really do support the amendment that it is there should be no initiation of procurement 3 months to election. Honorable Speaker, but I think we should also think in the line of 6 months, because I know we are supposed to resign 6 months before an election. So I think we can tie them together so that it can be 6 months. You cannot initiate new projects because they will leave the incoming governors or the incoming CEOs of the counties with a very large and huge pending bills that may not be able to be paid. And it may also be used as an instrument of campaign that if you will support me, I'll give you this particular tender, I'll give you this particular tender, and then tenders are dished out like hot cakes during just a few months to election. So thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I do support these amendments.
The Honorable Sangok, the Kenyans, if they knew where those hot cakes were being dished out, they would be very happy. But your point is well made. The Honorable Mogaka Kemosi? Very well. Honorable members, the Honorable Tindi Mwale.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the amendment. Mr. Speaker, looking at the private sector in comparison with how government does business, Mr. Speaker, we normally do agreements for 60 days in private sector. Those are 2 months. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, if you say that we put it at 6 months, you are going to humiliate the Kenyan businessmen, and overall you are going to humiliate the economy, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, that we shouldn't worry about how many, we shouldn't worry, Mr. Speaker, about the elections that are coming, how many will be given jobs and corruption and such like things, when we are setting up rules that are going to govern how business is going to be done between the Kenyan citizens and the county government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I differ with the Honorable Sankok For him, he's a nominated member of parliament, Mr. Speaker. He might not know the pain of being elected, Mr. Speaker, and therefore, I suggest that we go as per the
The Honorable Tindi Mwale, you will withdraw that part about the Honorable Sankok not knowing the pain of being elected.
Mr. Speaker,
Withdraw that one. Members, when they're in this house, they are all equal. Just withdraw it, then we proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the statement, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Tindi Mwale, have you withdrawn it?
Yes, I have withdrawn.
Please,
Yeah.
please. Yeah, then you can proceed.
No, I'm following the Speaker's ruling, not your ruling, my brother.
Yeah, he has withdrawn it. It is in order.
Yes, the
Order
Speaker
members.
has asked me to withdraw.
Yes. The Honorable Sankok, I have already directed him to withdraw. I have already communicated that honorable members in this house are all equal. Yes, the Constitution provides for different ways that members will find their way here. And once you reach here, you are all equal without exception. Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Order, members. The Honorable Tindi Mwale,
Yes.
proceed.
Yeah, so Mr. Speaker, my point is that I'm supporting the amendment, Mr. Speaker, based on how business. Mr. Speaker, try and protect me. The majority leader is
You are
shouting
protected.
at me, Mr. Speaker.
You are protected.
Thank you,
proceed.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the amendment. Thank you.
Very well. Do I see the Honorable Okwome Adipo?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me the opportunity. And let me say from the start that I support the amendment of the 3 months. But first, I would like to emphasize that the ball is also in the Court of Treasury. They should release the funds to the counties early enough so that the county can be able to do what is necessary within the time they remain with, especially during the election period. And if the governors are given only those 3 months, then they will be able to be squeezed enough to also pay the bills instead of leaving the bills for the person coming after them. I think the year 2022 is a very critical one because most of the governors are not going to I would say almost all of them, are not going to contest again, in which case, if they are not taken care of properly, they will leave the new person coming with huge pending bills, which should be reduced as much as possible before these people leave. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the time.
Very well. I direct that the next necessary steps on this particular matter will be undertaken when it will be set down on the order paper next time. We shall move to the next business.
Order number 13, the Competition Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 49 of 2019, second reading.
Leader of majority.
Speaker, I beg to move that the Competition Amendment Bill 2019 now be read a second time. Speaker, this is also another very, very important bill, amendment bill. And this, as members are aware, over the last few years, Mr. Speaker, the small, medium enterprises in our country, they're called the SMEs, have been experiencing challenge occasioned by delayed or non-payments of their goods and services by buyers, and mainly retailers. I am talking about, Kenyans who supply to Nakumatt, Kenyans who supply their goods and services to Carrefour, Kenyans who supply their goods to Tuskys, and many other big enterprises. What these small, medium enterprises go through in terms of pending bills. And Mr. Speaker, the unfortunate scenario is due to the superiority bargaining power of these buyers and contractors. And this must be very, very clear, Mr. Speaker. The moment you have a superiority bargaining power, you will dictate to the terms of trade to that small, medium enterprise. For example, I'll give you a good example. If you are supplying, if a Kenyan small, medium enterprise company is supplying vegetables to these big retail chains, they will tell him, my friend, our terms is that we'll pay you after 120 days. 2, you should do this, you should do this. And because of that big bargaining power, the small, medium enterprise become victim of this power given to them, to the big retail contractors. So what have these buyers done, Mr. Speaker? This has led to even terminating the moment they ask for their money. 90 days, 120 days, the moment you ask for your money as per the constructional obligation, the big buyer will tell you, no, if you pester me, I cancel you, I terminate your contract. And because of that fear, the law is very clear they're supposed to complain to the Competition Authority of Kenya. But because the law is very silent, unless you complain, the Competition Authority of Kenya cannot take action. This amendment is giving the Competition Authority of Kenya now the powers to investigate. Because even these small, medium enterprises cannot complain. Because again, they are scared of the repercussion that they are going to face in their businesses. So, Mr. Speaker, these events have exposed our small, medium enterprises to huge debt portfolio due to the late payments to the extent of occasioning closure of business. There are Kenyans who are supplying these big companies, big retail shops, and because the buyer has a powerful bargaining tool, they end up closing because he buys cash from the market, but when he takes to the big buyer, he is given terms of 120 days, 160 days, 190 days. He cannot complain if his payment is delayed. He is threatened with termination of contract. And Mr. Speaker, I want to go on record, and this must be very, very clear to Kenyans. According to the reports by Kenya Bureau of Statistics, by the National Treasury, the collapsed retail chains like Nakumatt, and some of the chains some of the retailers who are in business today, they have, and they owe small, medium businesses over 40 billion. Mr. Speaker, you know there's a problem in our country. For the banks, they are under the supervision of the Central Bank of Kenya. And they have got the Kenya Deposit Protection Institution. That a bank goes under because they mismanaged the depositors' cash by 20 billion, 30 billion. Mr. Speaker, Nakumatt has gone under. Today as we speak, Nakumatt has gone under, and Nakumatt has gone under with over 40 billion it owes to small, medium enterprise in Kenya. Speaker, this is very, very serious matter. Because even now, Nakumatt has been put under receivership, the same with Mumias. But who is suffering? The farmer, the small-scale farmer, who was planting less than 2 acres to feed his family, to pay school fees, now doesn't know what a receivership is in Mumias. His life has collapsed, just like the way county governments don't want to pay pending bills. And I want this House to take a very proactive measure, Mr. Speaker, to save small, medium enterprises in our country who supply the retail chain supermarkets and other contractors who, when these companies go under, the victims are the small traders. So, Mr. Speaker, close to 40 billion shilling. That is close to a bank going under. And there's nobody speaking for them. The Kenyans who are supplying electronics. Speaker, and it's very sad, it's very immoral. When you walk to a supermarket, you don't get a credit, you pay cash. But the Kenyans who supply those big supermarkets, because of the bargaining power they have over retailers and suppliers, they tell them we'll pay you after 120 days. Because that is illegal. It's even worse than interest rate. That you sell my goods cash and you want to pay me at your terms. That is what this bill is trying to solve. And it's saying the Competition Authority of Kenya must investigate those kind of institutions, companies who use their powerful bargaining power to kill the small, medium business enterprises. Mr. Speaker, even this House going forward, and we're going to have the insurance bill here. Mr. Speaker, banks, there must be an insurance even in law to protect Kenyan depositors. Look at, I've never banked with the Chase Bank or the other one, Imperial. Speaker, you had, for example, 50 million, then a receiver manager tells you, we will pay you in the next 20 years, in the next 10 years. It doesn't happen in developed countries. We must pass a law here that will make sure when a bank goes under, the depositors' money is guaranteed and they are paid by either government or through an insurance the following day. I mean, you didn't play a role in bringing down that bank. It happens in other countries, Mr. Speaker. So as we deal with this law, we must bring an amendment to the Central Bank of Kenya Act and say, if a bank goes down, what is the fate of the Kenyan depositors? These deposits are hard-earned, Mr. Speaker. Kenyans save, they save their money. Today, for example, God forbid, the little money I am saving in a bank, tomorrow morning, you are told, and I'm talking from experience, there are families that had all their savings in Chase Bank. They have all their savings in Imperial. And today, they can't pay school fees for their children. So, Mr. Speaker, this House must play a role. These are not only, so this, what has happened with this powerful power, bargaining power, this has also made the economy to grow. It has slowed down the economy and also forced layoffs. Kenyans are just being told to go home. In addition, the delayed or non-payment of suppliers has led to increased non-performance of loans. So this Kenyan who has gone to the bank, who has borrowed money, and you have told him, I will pay you after 120 days. The next day, you close Nakuma supermarket. What happens? He defaults in a bank, his assets are seized, his house is sold, then we end up creating, and that's why I have a feeling that there are too many, incidents where a father is killing his wife and children. You know, you open the TV, the first 4 items is about killings in this country. Murder, homicide, murder. So there must be a problem. So the owners of Nakumatt, Mr. Speaker, must be living in their big mansions in Muthaiga and Runda and Karen. But the suppliers who supplied them, today their property is being sold. So non-performing loans portfolio is increasing in the banking sector. The banks cannot collect their money. Mr. Speaker, so the current provision under the Competition Act, and that's why we're bringing an amendment, is not effective in managing this problem. Enforcement has revealed challenges, and key among them is the reluctance of suppliers to present their complaints to the Competition Authority for fear of blacklisting. Speaker, I'll give you a good example, and it's good the chairman is here. Last year when we were dealing with the insurance bill, the big underwriters companies could not come and face and tell the committee of parliament, the finance committee, their problem. Because What do insurance brokers do? I'm sure they are not happy with my statement. They go and insure your vehicle, but they don't remit the money to the underwriter. So you are driving your car, him is using your money for other business. So we brought a law here that says you send the check, you do the payment directly to the underwriter so that the broker can get his commission from the underwriter. So that you are safe. You save the Kenyans who get insurance policy. Honorable Bandi was a victim. The late Honorable Ojode, when he was in the House of Parliament, was a victim. So we asked the underwriters, and the chairman is here, why can't you come and explain this? They said, we cannot do this because the brokers are the ones who create business for us. Every underwriter was scared of the brokers. So he couldn't come and explain the problem they are facing. The same now with these Kenyan suppliers. They cannot go and complain against Nakumat. They cannot go and complain against these big companies because they have got the power of bargaining and they are scared they're going to lose business. So they're even scared of being blacklisted by the errant suppliers, by the errant contractors, or indeed by all the other buyers. But they have to get a market. So what happens? They don't want to go to the Competition Authority. So this amendment is making mandatory for the Competition Authority of Kenya to investigate those suppliers who use the power of bargaining not to pay Kenyan suppliers, Mr. Speaker. And this experience, Mr. Speaker, has shown the unfortunate, it's very unfortunate, reality of abuse of buyer power that has permeated across all the sectors of the Kenyan economy, and this, in the end, might even affect the achievement of the Big Four plan of the President Uhuru Kenyatta. Therefore, the proposed amendments are aimed at deepening the authority's capacity and capability in enforcing against all forms of restrictive trade practices. Because what is, somebody is telling you, you either give me 120, 160, 290, but tell me which supermarket you walk into, you are given a credit. But the goods you are buying, supplied by small, medium Kenyan citizens, are told they will be paid after 160 days, after 190 days, and if they complain, they ask for their money, these companies, contractors, they use what is called, they abuse the power, the buyer power, bargaining that they use. So this House must rise to the occasion and save any form or restrictive trade practices. And we must protect in the long run and have a mechanism of consumer protection. So even the consumer must be protected. If you are buying cash, the person whose goods you are buying must also be paid in time. It's about consumer protection. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the amendments will also make it possible for this authority to take action on the basis of its own investigation. They should not wait for anybody to go and complain, rather than waiting for complaints. So those are the highlights. But let me just go through clause 3 of the bill, proposes to delink the abuse of the buyer power provisions from those of abuse of dominance by deleting section 24(2)A, section 2B, section 2C, section 2D. Speaker, you know, the other day I was not given a chance. The members were talking about interest rate charged by banks. There's another 50% of Kenyans who are victims of Shylocks, who are victims of digital interest rate. I'll give you a good example. This Fuliza thing of Safaricom. Do you know how much you pay? You just keep on Fulizering. Fuliza. Ask yourself, what is the interest you are paying? The Shylocks. There's this man who was a bishop. He had his cases with the DCI. He collected money from Kenyans and he disappeared. I'm told he's building, he's in the asset business. So as we talk about the interest rates, we must deal with the informal interest rates that Kenyans are victims of. You know, I'm a victim of Fuliza. When my money, when somebody tells me at 11 o'clock, my friend sent me there's an emergency, and I have no money, I Fuliza. So I ask myself, and you know, the more you Fuliza, the more they increase the amount you can borrow. Yes. If you are a person who Fuliza a lot, and you are using M-Pesa properly, you like me, my rate is, Mr. Speaker, I think I can Fuliza up to about 30,000. Of course, Songkok is up to 5,000. Honorable Songkok, Songkok, you know his credit rating. His credit rating is 5,000 because he doesn't use a lot. But me, I Fuliza. So I asked the other day, how much am I paying extra? So Kenyans are becoming victims, the small, medium enterprises. We must save them. And these are the drivers of the economy. So Speaker, I remember after the post-election violence, I asked the Minister for Treasury then, Henry Rotich, why is our economy resilient? The shilling has not moved. And he said, it's because of the informal sector. The small, medium enterprises are the drivers of an economy like Kenya. I am sure Honorable Member for Nambale has worked with the World Bank. He's an expert on this area. When it's time to contribute, he will even do better. So clause 4 proposes to introduce a section 24A to provide for action to be taken when a person abuses the power, the power called the buyer power, that bargaining power. And these include abuse of power, buyer power, an offense, and respective penalties for that offense. Mr. Speaker, if you look at section 24A, further gives power to the Competition Authority of Kenya to monitor the activities of sectors or undertakings that are experiencing or are likely to experience incidents of abuse of power. 2, ensure there's compliance with the law. The authority will also be able to impose both reporting and prudential requirements. So Speaker, this proactivity will facilitate action in good time to prevent situations such as experienced by the retail sector in 2014-2015 financial year. Under the same section, the authority is also empowered to require industries and retail sector to develop enforceable codes of conduct with the support of relevant government agencies and of course the Office of the Attorney General. So they must have certain codes of conduct. Section 29 of the Competition Authority, Mr. Speaker, creates an obligation of professional associations whose rules are restrictive, which is likely to prevent or distort or lessen competition to apply to the authority for an exemption. If you know that professional body in which you are is likely to prevent or distort or lessen competition, then you are under obligation to apply to the authority for an exemption. However, Mr. Speaker, it does not create a penalty for infringement. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill is small but very, very important. And I really want, of course, the chair will talk about what the stakeholders have said. But I urge this House, Mr. Speaker, to support this bill for the benefit of the economy and for posterity and for our small, medium sector. The vibrant economy, Mr. Speaker, is dependent on a very competitive market and the place of competition, law enforcement. Mr. Speaker, you know, even these big retail chains, they should not go to the villages. You know, I remember one time at the National Prayer Service, the Deputy President said, you must grow from a hawker to in the streets to a shop owner, from a shop owner to a small mini supermarket and then to a supermarket. But now, for example, in Luanda, or in those small sub-counties of ours, we should encourage the small mini markets owned by the local community. But you see, everywhere you're going to see Naivas, Tusky, now there is a foreign entity called Carrefour. I mean, so when do we build our own supermarkets? Yeah, ShopRite. So we must have a law that says the big, giant retail chain can only be in the big towns, that they don't go to a village. It's just like the way you see a Chinese hawker no, not in Kakamega. I went to another village in Bumula constituency this weekend. You know, you find him. So you ask yourself, if this guy can hawk here, so where will our hawker, the one that live around the village, where will he go? So we must protect and have laws that protect bad trade practices. And that's what this bill is all about. The competition authorities should not sleep in their offices. They must enforce, and they must get the significance that will make our economy grow. Effective, Mr. Speaker, finally, effective regulatory framework will not only support the realization of the Big Four agenda of the President, but will also ensure that the prosperity of our economy is upheld. So, Mr. Speaker, where's the chairman? Oh, he didn't tell me, the vice chair. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move and ask the vice chair, the member for Roysambu, to second.
Honorable Waihenya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I congratulate the leader of majority for being able to expressly explain to the members the gist and the importance of this bill. Mr. Speaker, I wish to support this bill by saying that the Competition Amendment Bill 2019 proposes to amend various sections of the Competition Act number 12 of 2010. These are sections 18, 24, 29, 31, and 70A of the Act. And in particular, the proposals for amendment are in respect to: 1, the inclusion of abuse of buyer power as an area of inquiry under Section 18 of the Act, which provides for market inquiries. 2, Mr. Speaker, to link the abuse of buyer power provisions from Section 24 to its interpretation and enforcement. Mr. Speaker, number 3 is to provide for the express powers for investigation by the Competition Authority into the abuse of buyer power complaints. And finally, Mr. Speaker, is to provide for penalties arising under Section 29 of the Act and to enable the Competition Authority to effectively initiate and investigate consumer complaints. Mr. Speaker, as has been ably demonstrated by the leader of majority, this bill comes in handy to protect companies, and particularly these ones are the AGPO, the youth, gender, and companies are the persons with disabilities, many of whom are on record as having provided goods on credit to county governments, to supermarkets, and many other enterprises. And Mr. Speaker, most of them have gone under because of delayed payment. Mr. Speaker, you imagine of a situation where the suppliers of Tuskys, Naivas, Nakumat, Quickmart, sugar companies like Mumias, they deliver their products to these malls, to these supermarkets. And even after the supermarkets have completely sold out their products, and they can physically see and check in the shelves that the products they supplied have been sold out, they are still told to wait and come for payments after months, 3 months, 4 months. Mr. Speaker, that is unfair. So this bill, Mr. Speaker, looks for ways and means to protect these suppliers so that we have programs whereby these supermarkets and these abusers of buyer power can cooperate in a way of agreement, where they enter into agreement with the suppliers that after so many days, we will pay you, but a fair time as is agreed together between the two parties. Mr. Speaker, you also know that in the recent past, several supermarkets have gone under, like Ushumi, like Nakumat, Mumias, and they went under with not less than 40 billion owed to Kenyan suppliers. Mr. Speaker, when Kenyans are crying there is no money in Mashinani, one of the contributing factors is these companies that have gone under without paying the suppliers. And there are many, even from time ago, like the Uplands Beacon Factory, Mr. Speaker, like the Chase Bank, Trade Bank, Imperial Bank, organizations that have gone under with so much money belonging to Kenyans who have no recourse except to wait under the mercy of government, which has not been very useful or forthcoming. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill is supposed to address those problems and the dictatorship of these organizations and institutions who abuse buyer power. Mr. Speaker, in addition to delayed payments, suppliers have faced unilateral termination of their supply contracts by powerful buyers when they demand for payments owed to them for goods supplied. And of course, the suppliers and especially the SMEs have been exposed to huge debt portfolio due to late and non-payment. In some instances, the combination of non-payment and huge debts has led to the termination of these contracts and even closure of the SMEs. Mr. Speaker, further, the conduct by buyers that has made the operational environment more difficult for suppliers include transfer of costs and the risks that should otherwise be borne by buyers on suppliers, demands for preferential terms unfavorable to suppliers and reducing prices below competitive levels. It is true, Mr. Speaker, according to available data and statistics, not less than 40 billion has been owed by the collapsing banks and supermarkets. Mr. Speaker, these proposed amendments thus seek to empower the Competition Authority to take action on the basis of its own investigations into abuse of buyer power conduct without having to rely entirely on presented claims like has been the case before. So the new law, we will empower the Competition Authority, even on its own motion, to do investigation. This further buttresses the abuse of buyer power provisions under the Act, thereby increasing enforcement in this area in order to tackle the shortage of SMEs. Mr. Speaker, I wish now to briefly mention crowds by crowds some of the amendments we have proposed to make in this bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in clause number 2, the bill proposes an amendment to introduce the words abuse of buyer power into subsection 4 of section 18 of the Act. In its current state, section 18(4) provides power for the authority to conduct market inquiries into matters affecting competition or consumer welfare. However, it does not provide for market inquiries focusing on the buyer power issues. These amendments aim to provide for this in order to inform continuous development of buyer power related policies. Clause 4, Mr. Speaker, proposes the creation of an exclusive section 2A to provide for abuse of buyer power. The new section will incorporate the present section 24(2A) to 2D of the Act, which provides for creation of the offenses of abuse of buyer power, assessment of buyer power, granting of power to the competition authority to make rules and definition of buyer power. Mr. Speaker, in clause 24, which proposes to create a new subsection which makes the authority be able to monitor the activities of sectors, all undertakings that are experiencing, all are likely to experience incidences of abuse of buyer power to ensure compliance, and the competition authority will be able to impose reporting and prudential requirements. So, Mr. Speaker, this clause 24 is giving the competition authority power to proactively investigate and impose reporting and prudential requirements and the monetary capacity. Mr. Speaker, clause 4 sets out a clear list of acts which may qualify as abuse of power. This will avail clarity and efficacy in enforcement. The proposed subsection will further set out minimum requirements for the supply contracts. The intention is to protect weaker suppliers, Mr. Speaker, like the ones we have mentioned, the small SMEs, who are often taken advantage of in the business relationship that are not based on recorded agreement. Mr. Speaker, in addition, this clause provides for penalties for breach of buyer power provisions. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, clause 6, which amends section 31 of the Act by introducing subsection C, which requires the extension, which gives power to extend the authoritative investigatory powers with respect to abuse of power, buyer power. Currently, section 31 of the Act does not expressly include buyer power and is open to interpretation in a manner that precludes the authority from enforcing its mandate on abuse of buyer power. Such an interpretation would negate the very purpose of the provisions of buyer power, hence the need for an express provision. Mr. Speaker, among some of the organizations that are required by this Act to, among some of the companies and organizations of which these guidelines are to be made obligatory are professional associations, lawyers, Mr. Speaker, valuers, barristers, bankers, and the list of many others, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, in short, this bill will protect Kenyans who for a long time have been taken advantage of by the companies and organizations which have dominant power, which have monopoly, even in the communication industry, Mr. Speaker, where we have the leading lights like Airtel, Safaricom, Liquid Telecom, Mr. Speaker. Consumers will get a relief from this rule because it will take care of them. Mr. Speaker, while Section 29 of the Act creates an obligation, it does not provide for the consequences for failure to comply. So toward solving this problem, Clause 5 of the bill seeks to add new Clause 29, introducing a penalty for failure to submit professional rules that fall under Section 29, and an undertaking to abide by the decision of the authority on the application. The proposed amendments will address charges of non-compliance that the authority has previously grappled with, and it is expected that the inclusion of a penalty for breach will enhance adherence. Mr. Speaker, on consumer protection, the Competition Authority is empowered by the proposed Section 70A, 1 and 2 of the Act to initiate investigations, either on its own motion or upon receipt of a complaint from other consumer. Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendment in Clause 7 of the bill proposes to amend Section 70A, 1 and 2 of the Competition Act to remove the anomaly indicated above by substituting consumer complaint with any conduct or proposed conduct which is alleged to constitute an infringement on this act. So, Mr. Speaker, the authority will not only wait for complaints, but they will actively investigate these huge companies and institutions that are known to abuse buyer power. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to second.
Honorable members, allow me to propose the question that the Competition Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 49 of 2019 be now read a second time. The Honorable Ehenya, your committee agrees that you want to create a monopoly and hand over power to this authority to wake up and investigate anything under the sun in this country. The Honorable Bayer, you have something to say to this?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity. Yes, Nakumat has gone under, and it has gone under with a lot of money from small-scale traders. Yes, banks have gone under with money from people who have supplied them with many things. This has happened, and this has continued to happen in this country. But the remedy does not lie in creating a behemoth for which we give them all absolute power to investigate anything under the sun, because a transaction took place between a big person and a small person. Therefore, we said that there is an abuse of bargaining power. No, we cannot do that. That's not the remedy for the problems that we have when banks go under or Nakumat goes under. Nakumat goes under with billions of people because somebody else did not do his job. Nakumat should have been told it must be a listed public company when it got to a certain amount of investment, instead of allowing it in the hands of only one family. That's what led to the collapse of Nakumat. Not that it went down. Yes, it went down with other people's investments and money, and suppliers, small-scale suppliers, suffered. In my constituency, you realize that there are many hotels that come up, they set shop, the Italians come set shop, big hotel, people supply tomatoes and all that. They are never paid. And then they close shop and they run away with people's money. Yes, that happens. But is the solution to give absolute power to competition authority on their own accord and on their own volition? They can just wake up one day and go and investigate a company and all that. What we are creating in the Kenyan culture is a place to eat. We are giving them those officers and many people just an opportunity to come and say, you know, you've not paid this guy for this, you've not paid this guy for this, and therefore open up all kinds of doors for people to come in and want to take away even the small investment that we have. I do not think this is a good law for this country. I do not think we should cede the powers of other organizations. If it is LSK, yes, if it is LSK, if it is a lawyer, there's LSK. They should go there and lodge complaints. If there are many professional associations in this country whose job is to check on the practices of the people who, or the organizations who fall within their purview, let the professional associations in this country actually do that. But today to say now we want to put a law on abuse of bargain power, you know what that means? If I have a small shop and I have taken something on credit from someone, from a farmer, this competition authority will come there and say, you see, you've not paid this person, probably have agreement. But this idea of giving this competition authority absolute power to investigate anything under the sun cannot happen, and there will not be a remedy. Mr. Speaker, while there are good intentions for this law, but I am compelled by the circumstances under which the law is being passed to say, I oppose this law. It's not a good law, and we shall bring amendments at the time when it comes to third reading to ensure that we protect business people. We cannot just be exposing business people to all types of authorities. You know, there's too many authorities and too many bodies looking at just only one person, the business person. We cannot do, there is a counterfeit authority of Kenya. There is a KPA. When you go there, there are many organizations, the KBS, Kenya Bureau of Standards. They're looking at the same person. Now we want to give now absolute powers to Kenya Bureau of Standards, to Competition Authority. I think this parliament needs to consolidate these things. But there are too many bodies, too many, looking at the same person and eating from the same person and collapsing business. And that's why there is no money, because there are too many organizations stifling the business environment in this country. Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid, but I have to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Very well spoken. One of the things that is making me wonder how this committee can suggest this kind of thing is the title itself of this act, competition. And you are creating a monster under there to go and investigate suo moto, to wake up and investigate contracts between parties to which it is not a party. This is very interesting. The Honorable Sankok.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, and you can now contribute because I see you are now debating, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you may end up tending the views of the House, Honorable Speaker, but Honorable Speaker, when it comes to this particular bill, I do support 100%, Honorable Speaker. Because, Honorable Speaker, it is not a monster to kill businesses. It's a monster to make sure that it assists the small businesses to grow. It protects the small businesses from being swallowed by the big businesses. Honorable Speaker, because you can imagine Nakumat going under with owing small-scale business people a total of 40 billion Kenya shillings. 40 billion Kenya shillings, Honorable Speaker, is not chicken change. 40 billion Kenya shillings in the pockets of Kenyans and circulating in our economy is big money, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, 40 billion will buy 26 million sacks of maize, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, but simply because it went under, simply because a big business is swallowing the small businesses, just like the proverbial biblical snake of Moses swallowing other small snakes from those wizards, Honorable Speaker. But, Honorable Speaker, to be able to protect, because a government is not judged on how it holds the hands of the stronger members of the society, but on how it holds the hands of the weaker members of our society. The weaker members of our society in terms of business are SMEs, the small, medium enterprises, Honorable Speaker, who are being swallowed by big retail shops, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you know, somebody can come from outside of this country. A foreigner can come, decide to rent some shop across all our cities, 47 county headquarters, Honorable Speaker, and pay rent for 6 months. Ask for supply of goods to be a retail shop, to be a supermarket, Honorable Speaker. They are supplied and agreements are written for 120 days to be paid after 120 days. They are supplied maybe goods worth 50 billion. After selling these goods, they disappear from this country. Honorable Speaker, if we did not protect our small scale, that money will disappear to a foreign land without us knowing, Honorable Speaker. And that is why we have to protect our small, medium scale enterprises, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you supply goods to a supermarket, Naivas for instance, Nakumat for example, ShopRite. They sell these goods. If there is any Kenyan who have ever entered into a supermarket and come out with a bottle of water on credit, let them stand and be counted. They sell everything they have on cash. What is wrong with us demanding that even if they have to have credit, then they pay their creditors within a certain time frame? And that if they don't pay, there will be an authority to investigate and make sure that those small, medium enterprises are also protected, Honorable, because we will protect them. Honorable Speaker, we are in a man-eat-man society. That is for a fact. We are saying there is an economic melt in our country. Why is it not an economic melt when we are all pointing our fingers to the government and saying that there is corruption in the government? There is corruption in the government. Yet, Honorable Speaker, even within ourselves, within the private sector, there is a lot of corruption. This is a bill that is trying to fight corruption, not only from the government side, but also fight corruption between business people and business people, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I do support 100% so that we protect our small, medium enterprises, Honorable Speaker, who are suffering, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, banks have gone under. I am under AGPO, Honorable Speaker. Access to government procurement opportunity. This was a good idea. This is a good initiative of our government. Some very big retail shops, Honorable Speaker, have taken advantage of that. They have asked persons with disability to supply goods, and then the person with disability take loans from banks. They are not paid. When they are not paid, Honorable Speaker, they are auctioned. This is worse than Shylocks, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the leader of majority did mention the issue of Shylocks and the issue of Fuliza, Honorable Speaker. We have to protect these big business enterprises swallowing the small-scale enterprises, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and we can only protect by having an authority that is mandated to investigate. Because sometimes the buyer bargaining power, which rests in the big retail enterprises, will use their buyer bargaining power to tranche the small business enterprises, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me, and I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for protecting me from Honorable Nicholas Scott Tindi Mwale, Honorable Speaker, when he said that I'm a nominated member, Honorable Speaker. We are equal, and thank you for protecting me. Honorable Speaker, Uhuru Kenyatta, when he came to this house the first time, he was nominated. I'm even better nominated because I came direct as a nominated member. He had to actually wait for Makto to resign and then to be nominated on part of Makto. And Uhuru Kenyatta is now the president of this country. Honorable Speaker, nominee 001 is heading to become the president just like Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So, Honorable Speaker, we should not be looked down upon simply because we are nominated, Honorable Speaker. We have legends, Makto, Kamodo, and others who are nominated, Honorable Speaker. Even Watangula, Honorable Speaker, was also nominated at one time. Honorable Speaker, by the way, allow me to tell my friend in absentia that I represent 6.5 million Kenyans with disabilities, and he represents only 40,000, and he won with a margin of 500 votes, Honorable Speaker. I was once elected as a SONU chairman, the SONU president in the University of Nairobi, the cream of this nation, Honorable Speaker. So we should not be looked down upon, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, lastly, let us deal with big people eating small people, big businesses eating small businesses. You remember, Honorable Speaker, pyramid scheme. And I want you to allow me, Honorable Speaker, remember the pay bill number of 672, where our big politician went and said, let us raise funds to pay teachers, the striking teachers of that time, Honorable Speaker, who have ever asked, where did that money go? And we know that the pay bill number was 672. Honorable Speaker, the same people again use the pay bill number of 991,444 to raise funds to go for a repeat election. A pyramid scheme. They did not go for a repeat election. All Kenyans lost their money through a pyramid scheme that is worse than what we are witnessing now. We have to have these authorities that can investigate this man-eat-man society so that our big people and our big business does not swallow our small business. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Sankok, big people eating small people. Interesting. The Honorable Kwame.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Now, I'm very much concerned with the manner in which our small businesses are treated. They are in hard economic situations. They borrow money in order that they can survive in the competitive market. But then, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that I support the bill because I want these small and medium businesses to be protected. If they are not protected, they will soon be out of the business market. And remember, Mr. Speaker, sir, that they are employing thousands and thousands of Kenyans. If they go under with those who have refused to pay them, then I do not know who will be working for this country. Kenya is suffering from unemployment. The big businesses are closing down, leaving many with no jobs. The small and medium businesses are suffering because of the departure of the big businesses, which ran away with their money. They too are leaving so many without employment. Mr. Speaker, sir, I have started by remembering that these small and medium businesses do not control the price they sell their products at. To a large extent, the big businesses dictate the prices they are going to pay. And after that dictation of what they are paying, they again dictate the terms under which they are buying. They may suggest 90 days. Sometimes I hear from the floor, some suggest 160 days. If, again, they don't pay you within that 160 days and extend it maybe to 210 days, and then in the end they don't pay you at all, where are you? Mr. Speaker, sir, we need something. We need to take action to protect these people. I know one of my colleagues mentioned that we have so many authorities. Yes, that may be so. But if these authorities have what they do, that assist the Kenyans, I don't have a quarrel with them. If they are there and doing nothing or duplicating what others are doing, then that's a different issue. We have to sort out those issues separately in order that we bring them to line. But if they are producing, if they are helping, if wananchi are benefiting from their service, then why should we complain of their numbers? I think we need a bill to protect these people. We need a government that can take action to protect its people. It is the government's duty to protect Kenyans. And this bill is working towards that. So I do see the need to support the bill. If there is any other area where somebody may need an amendment, yeah, that's a different issue. But the purpose of the bill is protection. Protection to the larger number of our business people. And because of this, Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to be recorded for supporting this motion. Thank you.
The Honorable Bunyasi.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I rise to add my voice to this very important discussion. I start first, Mr. Speaker, sir, by wondering why this is really under the competition authority. It sounds in many respects as a natural part of the company law. It sounds as if it should be under a regulatory arrangement for wholesaling and retailing. I think it covers many things. What I'm not clear, and I'm still not clear despite the mover and the eloquent secondment from Honorable Waihenya and the debates, why it is under the competition authority. So let me make a few general remarks on this. First of all, in respect of where it's located, the competition authority. We have very many important things going on in this country. Banks are merging. You don't see even a single attempt to debate if CBA should merge with NCIC, what the implications would be, and so on, to give a chance for others to comment. You see SGR edging out rudely, the truckers killing competition and therefore removing the pressure that could be available to depress price, to depress costs and cargo prices. They are not speaking. I do not see they playing the core role. And so when we come with this, for which I've also got quite some views on it, I worry that we are, in a sense, derailing the capacity of the competition authority to do what they should be doing. They may be asleep, they are probably asleep, but I think there are things that they ought to be looking at right now. Mr. Speaker, sir, the issue relating to the relationship between the weak and the powerful, the small suppliers versus big buyers with buyer authority, they must be tackled. But some of this also may be tackled under the contract law, so that laws are made, sample laws are made, contracts are made, that balance of this power. Remember that when you decide to sell to somebody with a possibility of recall or return or with a timed period, you take a risk. And business, you must take risks to be able to do it. There are institutional ways for solving the weakling component of these contracts. If the suppliers, like the classic case that has been mentioned with Nakumat, yes, the outcome is really very sad. But the solution, even with a law like this in place, would not have helped, because this is a private contract agreement between the buyer and the suppliers. But suppliers could have power. They can't have the power individually. They can have power if the supply side are organized into an institution, a cooperative or some aggregating association that then deals with these big corporates. And I hope they now realize that Nakumat was a domestic company. Unfortunately, it was a family company. very badly run, as a matter of fact, because people who knew there were a lot of problems within Nakumatt. That's why they brought down another very successful company in terms of its operations in the region. They're expanding aggressively and so on. But they were not managing it in terms of modern corporate and financial reporting standards among themselves. So there were issues there. So probably one way of curing things like this, you pick up elements of it. One of the elements, and I've picked this up, suggestion that has come today, I think it's a very good suggestion, that companies exceeding a certain size must be forced to list or to have an element of transparency that the law can penetrate a bit, shine light through them. So that's one. But two, it's going to get worse because as we liberalize the economy and internationalize the economy, we are getting the Carrefours, we are getting the, what's the other one? The foreign companies coming in, as they should. They do bring improvements as they come. But if they were to retreat, suddenly you can wake up on Monday and find the company no longer exists, and certainly you have been supplying them, and that's a real problem. I don't think this law can cure that, because once they're out of our borders, I don't know what one can actually do. But I think what is important is, in terms of negotiating terms that border on the interests of the small seller, the sellers must work together and create economies of scale. With that economy of scale in supply, then they can now negotiate with the buying company, because they know if I do not behave well, I will be denied supplies, as it were. But the small buyer does not have that option. He thinks that if I raise my voice, maybe I will not be paid, although you can quietly retreat, make payment, and then you don't supply anymore. But I think that's a real issue. There are other options also. The financial markets can come in to support this, and they do in many countries. They do so via insurance. You supply, but you insure the supplies that you give to company, whatever. And I can assure you that if the company defaults, and as the force of an insurance company seeking payment, they are likely to be able to comply, because you can chase them down to their den. You can chase them within your country, you can chase them outside the country. The chance of course, recovery may be less than 100%, but that you have an additional force behind you. Mr. Speaker, I think it's really important that in our own company's law, that we shine a torch that should look into the inside. You know that you can't, companies may be registered, forget listing, just registered. You go to the registry, you're not going to get the beneficial owners. You're not going to get a record on it. The company is shady, those records suddenly disappear. And we have had many occasions to talk to the registrar of companies and so on. When that happens, and you are supplying a company that you thought it was big sounding, you go there now, there's nothing in the registry. They can't even find it. They say we can't get the file. Who in this day and age is still keeping a record on a file which can be just simply misfiled a meter away from where it should be, and you'll never get it for 100 years unless someone does an overhaul and so on of the filing system. So we have very many little aspects that when they're brought together, they will help these small buyers that we have got. There's some helplessness. For example, we had very many small sellers, exporters, who are selling French peas and things like that to companies in Europe. And all they would do, sometimes when they have a cash flow problem, is to declare that your produce was not worth it. And you're out here in Kenya, and this is happening somewhere in the corner of France, for example, and you're not going to be able to follow through. And you run to your embassy, they say, sorry, we don't know what the hell you're doing, so we have no idea. So the contracting side is really important, so that the law of contract in respect of things of this nature should be dealt with. What is not clear, Mr. Speaker, is that we have in the presentations a clear problem has been defined. But in the solution, I'm not sure that we have got the right instrument to fix this. Whereas this remains a very important one, I think it's very important for the movers to be able to see in which way we can re-gear this proposal, first to focus on the right institution. I do not believe it should be the competition authority, one. And two, to see if we can bring to bear these are the instruments, contract law, insurance, probably even banking. And as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, sir, just like you do with banks, since I mentioned that last, disclosure is extremely important.
if we have certain standard or model laws, so to say, no, not law, model contracts, so to say, they would contain a minimum of disclosure that is essential to lay bare all of what needs to be done, the risks. It anticipates what risks they could may be incurred by the small supplier, but also the big buyer has also his own risks. But the small supplier ought to know what the rights are of, as a supplier and what to expect. In banking, for example, they have to declare with all various charges and rates and so on, what the effective annual rate is. And it thinks the fleas and so on should do the same, must be forced to do the same. So as you sign on your statement, it declares that your effective annual rate will be not what was quoted at 5% or 6%. There are other charges, they are annualized, and then you have some idea. Similarly, suppliers can be helped to get model contracts that will be able to protect them more. I don't know if those will be domesticated in the competition authority or somewhere along the line in the, under the company law. With those few remarks, I wouldn't support it in its form, so I would oppose it in its form. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well spoken, the Honorable Bunyasi. The Honorable Shamala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise to support the amendments to this particular bill, on the competition amendment bill. And I state this because actually what this bill attempts to do is to cure the abuse of buyer power. And this falls within the mandate of the competition authorities. Indeed, it's standard practice around the world, not just in Kenya, that competition authorities are equipped with investigative powers. Of course, there are concerns in a country like ours that the competition authority might go to bed now with the one who is abusing their buyer power. And it is for these reasons that perhaps we would like to see stronger, sounder amendments to these particular amendments that have been proposed here, and also that it comes out extremely clearly, because if you look at the amendment number 2448, it says the authority may require industries and sectors in which instances of abuse of buyer power are likely to occur to develop a binding code of practice. Not may. I think that this should be mandatory. I think that it's extremely important that when they use words like imposing reporting and prudential requirements, that this will be captured in their regulations, that it is the amendments to the actual act and the various sections will state as much, and it will be mandatory, and we don't use words such as may. I must reiterate this fact that it is an international best practice, and I do state that I support these amendments, and because these laws ultimately are made for when you abuse buyer power. They fall within the mandate of the competition authority and not within the mandates of contracts, etc. Ultimately, like I reiterate again, it will be more about the regulations that are going to come out of these amendments. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, sir, I support.
The Honorable Sotsi.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this bill. Mr. Speaker, whereas the key objective of this amendment to the Competition Act is to deal with some ambiguities which are in the parent act. For instance, to define what buyer power is in relation to abuse of dominance. But there is a lot of inconsistencies in this amendment bill. Mr. Speaker, you are well aware that recently when we had a speakers round table with KEPSA in Mombasa, one thing that came out of that meeting was a concern by the private sector that we need to help them by harmonizing the provisions of the Competition Act with the various laws dealing with the regulatory bodies, because there are a lot of inconsistencies around there. And I want to agree with that, because even in the telecom sector, telecommunication sector is regulated by Communication Authority under the KICA Act. We have a lot of inconsistencies as to what CA should do and what Competition Authority should do. For example, at the moment, we have a big dilemma on the issue of determination of dominance in telecom sector. Who is supposed to do it? Is it Communication Authority or a Competition Authority? So we have a lot of inconsistencies. So, Mr. Speaker, my reading of this bill is that it is not going to solve the problem we have. In fact, it is going to introduce more inconsistencies to the existing laws and inconsistencies to operation of various industry regulators. Mr. Speaker, of concern is that this bill is even inconsistent with the Contract Act and even Company Act, especially under Section 28, subsection 8, where it attempts to define how parties should do their contracts. And it even attempts to even define the terms to be included in contracts. Mr. Speaker, this is against the freedom of contracting, which is protected by law. So, Mr. Speaker, as much as it's trying to address the issue of abuse of buyer power, it is introducing inconsistencies that will not help in addressing the real problem. The other issue is increased investigative powers that have been given to Communication Authority. Whereas some of the colleagues have said that in other jurisdictions, competition authorities are given these powers. I want to disagree, because if you look at a sector like telecommunication, where Communication Authority is given similar powers to handle all issues around telecommunication. Now you want to introduce another person to also do the same. We are going to introduce so many inconsistencies, and I want to agree with those who are saying we are going to create a monster. There is also the provision on reporting and prudential requirement being mandatory. I think this, in my view, this is unnecessary, because some organizations, depending on the sectors they are in, they submit returns to the relevant regulators in that sector. So why do you want to ask them again to submit returns to Competition Authority? I think this will be punitive, and it will introduce more inconsistencies in the sector. Even on professional association, Mr. Speaker, that it is going to deal with issues of restrictions to prevent, distort, and lessen competition. The reason why we have professional association is so that to maintain standards, so that to provide quality services. But if we are going to allow Competition Authority to even interfere with the operation of professional association, Mr. Speaker, then we will not be promoting quality outcomes from this professional association. Mr. Speaker, looking at this bill, I think this bill is not going to cure the problem. It is in fact going to enhance the inconsistencies that businesses have complained about, how the Competition Act is inconsistent with the various other laws governing other sectors. Mr. Speaker, the issue of price reduction, which is on 24A6G, where they're saying that price reduction should not be below competition levels. Which criteria are they going to use to determine this? as competition authority. It is so difficult for you to determine a price that is below competition levels. It is only the industry that will do that. Mr. Speaker, I'm also concerned that during public participation, various organizations, including Safaricom, made presentations on the proposals they wanted included in this bill. But the committee, in its own wisdom, rejected all those proposals. So I want, for that brief comments, to say that, Mr. Speaker, I will not support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Ngugi Ndwati, member for Gatanga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to make my contribution. And from the onset, I want to say I support this bill. It is very important that we protect the small players from the big players. And you know, the way supermarkets operate is very unique. Because you'll find a supplier has brought goods worth a lot of money, and he has nowhere to take them. And when the buyer realizes that, then of course he'll take advantage. And we have seen it happening within supermarkets. Especially when it comes to payments, they are usually very delayed. Very delayed. Most suppliers in this country are not paid within the stipulated time, maybe of 30 days. Most are paid within maybe 90 to 150 days, which is a very, very long time. And again, those payments sometimes are really delayed. And the big players also in the supermarkets have come up with new forms of frustrating the small players. When it comes to promotions, they don't pay for it. That one is paid by the small players. Even today, renting of space, when you walk into a supermarket, those shelves you see, before they used to be given by the big players for free, but today you rent them out. You still have to pay for a worker, even to stock that particular shelf. You pay maybe, if the supermarket is operating for a long time, maybe 24 hours, you have maybe even 4 or 5 workers, which is very expensive. And considering the profit margins, so we need to come with a way of how we can protect these people. When it comes to professionals, it is important to also to protect the consumer. If you look at what happens within many professional associations, they are very protective because you find the fees is guided by those particular professional organizations. A good example is the Board of Registration of Architects and Quantity Surveyors, where they stipulate the fees you are supposed to pay the architect, you are supposed to pay the engineer, or even the quantity surveyor. But when you introduce competition, because of the technology we have, that fees can come down, maybe from 10% because of technology, even to 3%, and it is happening. So we need to allow competition when it comes to the price, and also to the ideas. Why would you pick one person, especially, Honorable Speaker, when we are talking about government projects? You can pick a particular architect and he gives you poor service. What will be a remedy? Let's allow competition. Again, Honorable Speaker, a good example in the construction industry, which I wanted to point out, and which has really frustrated our people, is the categorization of contractors in this country by National Construction Authority, where they are categorized from NCA 1 to NCA 8. Where NCA 1, you're allowed to do works up to from 1.5 billion and beyond. NCA 8, where the majority of our locals are, you're allowed to do works worth 5 million. So that you find there's no fair competition. It takes a local person a very long time before you're able to do those big contracts. Again, because of unfair trade practices, you find that these Chinese will come here, tell the government that they are going to partner with locals. We have no way of controlling this. Maybe now with this authority, they should be able to monitor what is happening in the industry. In the 70s, we used to have very many local contractors who were able even to do big jobs. Today, most of the African contractors are only doing small toilets or classrooms, which is very unfair. The other thing I wanted to talk about, Honorable Speaker, when it comes to the locals, you find that they are given the small jobs worth less than 5 million. The youth, nominee 001 and his friends, given small jobs which they are not paid for. That is why even nominee number 1, you still find him in the same suit. It's not that he likes it. He cannot afford to buy.
The Honorable Ndwate, I thought the Honorable Sankok, it's just his style. He has many of these suits.
Not style, he's wash and wear.
No, but proceed.
So, Honorable Speaker, I wanted to say, let me finish here by saying that I support this bill. It really goes a long way in helping our local suppliers who have really been frustrated by the Nakumats of this country and various other organizations. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity.
The Honorable Mboni.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say that I support this bill. First, we should not shy away from creating institutions which are going to help people of this country. Countries like Italy, where there are very strong institutions, they change governments 3 times, for example, 3 times in a year, but the country is still moving. So I think we should not shy away from creating an institution which is going to help Kenyans. Chairman, this bill amendment, Mr. Speaker, this bill amendment tries to check the powers of buyers. By one, and these powers emanate from delays in payments. And Speaker, this is very serious, and you know it. Many people, small and medium business people, have closed down. People have actually died from stress, supplying, and they are never paid. And this buyer power does not only belong to private sector, it also belongs to the government. Government alone is the biggest abuser of buyer power. County governments, the national governments, and I believe, and I know, even members of parliament, they are pending bills with the government. Members of this parliament, they have, so this bill tries to check that. We have cases whereby contracts can be terminated, literally terminated. Or your contract, you are threatened, your contract is going to be terminated simply because that person, that institution has monopoly of the product you are supplying. So this bill is trying to address that. Mr. Speaker, I don't know why people are fearing to give authority to this competition authority. Actually, initially, it used to be called Monopoly Department in Treasury. And what we are saying is that it is to give the power to this authority to monitor the activities and ensure compliance by imposing reporting and prudent requirements between the buyer and the seller, so that this person cannot just wake up and terminate somebody's contract. This person cannot just decide not to pay and delay payments. And this thing, that's why we are saying this country has no money, simply because the buyers have refused to pay pending bills, and is a very serious thing. So, to me, I support this bill. The other thing, the authority may require the sectors where there is abuse of power to develop a code of conduct of doing business. So what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? To have a code of conduct, to do business. I think, to me, we should not fear this. And people are fearing to conduct investigation. We are not giving powers for them to operate like police. But they can be able to do investigation whereby a contract has been terminated unfairly. And from there, they can give the report to other authorities to take off. So I'm not saying why we should fear this. And if we are going to help the small and medium enterprises, we need to support this bill. Maybe with some amendment later to make it a bit more comfortable to other people. But to me, I support with those few remarks. Thank you very much.
Now that is the contribution from the expert, from the inside man, who has worked with the Treasury and the origins of this competition authority. The Honorable Barra, you seem to be anxious to contribute. Proceed. The Honorable Barra.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've been here for quite a while, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. As I stand here, I support the amendment to the bill of giving it teeth, as opposed to what was there before. Mr. Speaker, we have seen, or we have heard stories of many, many small and medium-term enterprises closing shop because of circumstances that we have been listening to from the other speakers, frustration by the buyer. Mr. Speaker, we have seen abuse of buyer power. And I'm not just talking about the supermarkets that have been highlighted here, but we've also seen even institutions like the National Youth Service. When they came up with all the people who had not been paid were the mama mbogas and all those small-time business people who were never paid, and yet everybody else was paid. These are the kind of people that will be protected. This country has opened space for women, youth, and persons of disability to be able to do businesses, and we welcomed that. Everybody welcomed it. But what has happened after that? We have sad stories of these companies collapsing. The proprietors of this company have died because of stress and frustration. They have borrowed money that they cannot pay. And this has been going on within our country. So for us to come up with an institution and giving it teeth so that it has investigative powers, so that it can even institute sanctions against some of the big companies that have put our Kenyan citizens into this kind of situation is, in my view, a good thing that is happening. Mr. Speaker, I support, and what I can say is that those who have been given these powers, the competition authority, that they should be able to operate beyond reproach. That is critical, that it is not going to be another avenue for other people to start making money from the same people that we are trying to defend, or the same people we are trying to defend right now. Mr. Speaker, finally, let it not be that the special interest group that this country has worked so hard to protect, to open the space for, does not again become counterproductive, in the sense that it goes and does exactly the opposite of what it is supposed to do. I support. Thank you very much.
Very well spoken. The Honorable Gatti, Danita Gatti.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to also support this bill, the Competition Amendment Bill. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that ideally, I think as much as we support this bill, we seem to also have a lot of parastatals in this country. There are so many authorities, there are so many bodies. And Mr. Speaker, this is one of the bodies, the Competition Authority of Kenya is basically a new, I don't think it has really a lot of knowledge. So many Kenyans, I would say, still do not know about this body, Mr. Speaker. And for me, that is a feeling I also have with members, because I have a feeling that this is a body that exists, but again, it is a body that is yet to basically pick up and probably develop teeth, as we say, and that is the reason why it is actually seeking to have the teeth to bite, to be able to really do this work. Honorable Speaker, having said that, allow me to say that this is a bill that is really seeking to protect majority of our people who are generally small, medium enterprise persons, or what we are calling the SMEs or the SMEPs that are in this country. Mr. Speaker, our economy is largely driven by the SMEs. The Kenyan economy is driven by the SMEs, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, I strongly feel that SMEs must be protected in this country. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the composition, 90% of persons who basically form the SMEs that this bill seeks to protect are majorly what we are calling, for example, the persons and the companies, small companies, Mr. Speaker, that are majorly protected by what we are calling in the Constitution, the AGPOs, the AGPO kind of companies that are protected by the AGPO, and that is where persons with disabilities fall, that is where young people fall, that is where women fall. And majorly, those are usually small kind of businesses, and they're the small-scale suppliers that supply our markets and build our economy. So ideally, Mr. Speaker, for me, I am happy that this is a body that is seeking to have teeth to bite, to be able basically to identify when the rights of the suppliers, for example, are not really taken into account. And if you look at what actually also this bill seeks to do, is to investigate some of these the companies that really use their power. We have seen, Mr. Speaker, so many times, even within our own counties, you will find that most of our counties take even a year to actually pay the suppliers. We have contractors, Mr. Speaker, who stay for a whole year without being paid by the government. They have supplied their services to the county government, and they stay a whole year without being paid. Some even die off. And they leave their families with the burden of finding out, what happened to their work. So, Mr. Speaker, when we have a body that majorly really seeks to regulate and to kind of look at how the affairs of the suppliers are taken in, Mr. Speaker, this is going to be a very good bill, and I want to say that for the first time that I will be supporting this bill. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Tutek.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to contribute on this motion on amendment on the Competition Authority. I'd like to say that the environment right now where we are in Kenya is such that the ground is not even. In fact, if I give an example about contracts given to the youth and women in the construction industry, you find that the law says that we set aside 30% of the jobs to the youth and women. But you find that people circumvent that particular rule by actually creating companies where the parent companies are big companies, but they actually put directors of youth, or maybe their children or their wives or their girlfriends to be part of those companies. And when they bid for these projects, they actually win. And actually, if you look at many of the projects which we say the youth have won, very few of them are actually done by the youth. It's actually, people have circumvented the rules by actually creating stronger companies which actually push others out of the market. Therefore, this power issue needs to be looked at very carefully. I know we don't want to suppress the free market economy or the free exchange of goods and buying of goods, but we also don't want unfair practices where others use the power they have to remove others. I know we are crying a lot about companies who are from outside, I've actually heard there have been many of us are saying that currently many of our local companies are not getting jobs to construct major roads or major projects, and maybe companies from outside the country are given those in preference of the local contractors. But however, I also think there's an element of quality of work. When you look at some of the roads which are being done by our local contractors, they tend to be of lower quality, and therefore we sometimes maybe unfairly cry that they are being pushed out, and while they actually they don't perform very well. Because I know for some of the roads which are done by the contractors from China, they actually do a better job, and they actually do within the contract time. But you find that our local contractors can take as long as many months, and sometimes when they are not even able to do them until we have to again subcontract the same jobs. So I think when we are looking at this particular competition, we should actually examine also the performance of our contractors or those who are actually playing in the market. And when you go like in the aspect of dealing on, I know many times certain individuals get preferences through their connections or through long-term connection with the suppliers. And maybe the new suppliers may be crowded out of the market unfairly. So I think the authorities should look into this to find a way in which it protects even the young business people, the young entrepreneurs who are actually entering the market, so that they are not pushed out by the bigger companies which are well established. We should allow also small companies to grow. These SMEs, the small the SMEs which are actually upcoming, and we know it's maybe the cornerstone of the economy of this country. We need to facilitate them, we need to enable them to be able to play in the market. With that, I beg to support. Thank you.
The Honorable Mose, Member for Kitutu, Masaba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me a chance to also support this very, very crucial amendment bill. Mr. Speaker, when you talk about competition in this country, and if it's left uncontrolled or if it's left unmanaged, you would, at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, find a lot of unfairness in competition. I would, first of all, Mr. Speaker, point out that if you look at the influx of various multinational companies that have come to this country, you realize that without control, the local contractors would actually be phased out. If you look, for example, at the construction industry, the infrastructure on the part of the roads, the many local contractors that we have do not have certain capacities. And therefore, if you do not control, if you do not manage, if you do not handle the competition, you'll find that at the end of the day, as a Kenyan economy, we would actually be working for other foreign countries. So, Mr. Speaker, the coming into play of the amendment that we're seeking to do has a lot of significance in ensuring that there will be a lot of fairness, there will be proper moderation, and at the end of the day, the economy will grow by way of ensuring that the local contractors are not phased out. I would give, for example, an example where you find we have small contractors who are struggling to survive in this very competitive market. While we do not appreciate absolutely, Mr. Speaker, that we should not rule out competition, but there is what we call a fair competition, ensuring that every other party in the industry is given an opportunity to ensure that their skills, their level of training, the machineries, for example, that they apply, they have an opportunity to demonstrate that they are able to grow. So that Mr. Speaker, this power is something that we need to control. Because if we do not, at the end of the day, you will find that it's only the big players in the industry. Look, for example, at the supermarkets that we have had, and because of the kind of support that they enjoy, in most cases, you will find that they are able to control the suppliers, they are able to control the goods that they receive, and that would actually phase out these middle level business people. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, when we rein in, like if you look at what happened to Nakumatt, which was a big player, and which was allowed to actually almost take control literally of the entire economy in terms of its operations. See, enjoyed that excess leverage over the others. When it ran into problems, it collapsed with very, very many Kenyans losing their jobs. It collapsed with very many suppliers losing out and were not able to be paid. The same thing, Mr. Speaker, applies to, or applied to a company like Uchumi, which also, for a long time, Mr. Speaker, enjoyed a lot of leverage, enjoyed a lot of support, and when it faced challenges, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Mose, you've been caught up by time. But I know you have a lot to say on this, having been a practitioner in the field and knowing how competition and this dominant power and abuse of superiority in purchasing buyer power operates out there. So you will have a balance of 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
When this particular order is again set down for consideration.
Thank you,
Honorable
Mr. Speaker.
members,